content related to family court corruption and the experiences of individuals affected by it. This may include discussions of abuse, trauma, and child endangerment. The views expressed by our guest are their own and may not necessarily reflect the opinions of the podcast or its host.
Oh my God. Let's see. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's playing.
Step right up, my friend. Step right up. How much is this big ball worth? Well, mirth since its birth. It's the cheapest by on earth. I bid 50. 50 is the bid. I'll die. Me oh my. Don't be shy. Folks, the limit is the sky. I bid 40. 40 is the bid so far. Park your car where you are. Hitch your wagon to a star. I bid 20. 20 is bid. Going? Going? Gone. I got them the whole world tank up. Gimme? The money. The cash? Yeah, you got a few. Thank you. So what is here, what? I'll put gravity out tonight and see what happens. Hurry up, baby.
Ready, boop. jello. And then you made me kill my own. I'm not afraid. But I'm afraid. This is the only path of glory. If so, then I won't go alone. Follow the trail. Follow the trail. Rise again.
Wow.
Wow, it's right.
Well, you know, and I wasn't even finished with it. Like,
Great. It's great.
Well, yeah, I feel like I gotta wait a second. Feel like I gotta hop on here now. Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you, Ange.
you're welcome. No,
I-
Joni sent me those photos, and I was like, all right. So, you know, I wanted to put some intrigue. What did you think about the cartoon, though?
well, I mean, you know,
Yeah,
like
Betty Boop.
I was actually, I didn't know what was going to go on. So when the cartoon was going on, I'm sitting here like, I'm going to ask them what this means to them because I don't know if we all see the same thing.
That's what I want to know.
And maybe we do. And then it went from that into this, you know, really awesome, beautiful, loving tribute. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
I love you guys. Like,
very, very respect. I was just touched. I don't even know what to say.
oh, thank you. No, like, I love you guys. Yeah, no, you know, I'm like a big supporter. Always have been. Like since the day we've met. I mean, you guys were there for me. Like, I couldn't imagine not being here and supporting you guys through this. Like, I don't know. You helped me get out of 7 years. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
like,
I mean,
oh,
does
thank
everybody know about that, or?
I don't know.
I mean,
they know
maybe
how
we
we
should
met.
tell everybody how you
Yeah.
got out of 7 years, real
Yeah,
quick.
that's interesting.
Oh, well, it was
How we
simple.
met.
I stayed present. That was it. I stayed in the here and the now in my being.
You didn't
do
represent a
anything.
person.
Yeah, no, but I like really when you think about it, I didn't do anything.
No. You did something. You said, hey, where's the accuser? As soon as you get him up there on that stand, I got the right to cross-examine him. We can get this thing going on. And they were reluctant to do that. And then you were like, forget it. Let's just go to trial. I'll cross-examine my accuser there. And they're like, no, we can't do that.
Sealed the record on me. Yeah. No, I was ready to go to trial. I'm kind of bummed out I didn't get to go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting. This is why I am never afraid of getting sued for slander or libel or whatever I could be sued for, is because for you to sue me and get a court to make me stop doing what I'm doing, what you got to do is you got to put facts upon the record of the court. And because you have the opportunity to do that, that means I get the opportunity to do it too. And they are never going to let me get into a courtroom to put some facts down.
Exactly.
They won't let it happen. I mean, I got arrested on hearsay. They wanted to give me like 5 years probation on some hearsay if I would have taken it. Like, if I would have been stupid enough to do that or tricked into it, because they do that. They trick people.
Or intimidated and scared
bullied,
into it. Yeah.
Strong-armed into it.
Yeah, because they're bullies.
They tried that. You can have a judge trial, is what they told me. My answer was, I don't think I'd like that.
Well, that's the whole thing about probation, is once they get you on it, then they don't even have to bring charges.
No,
they will say, probation violation.
Exactly.
Completely administrative.
And they would have done that for sure.
Oh, for sure.
For sure, yeah. I'm surprised that I got my weapon back. Like, they gave me back my firearm. So
I was
really shocked.
You see the gun safe?
But I was really shocked. I didn't think I'd ever see that gun again. I thought that was gone. And then when Monarch told me I could never get my bullets back, and I got my bullets, I was like, this is too easy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's fake news. I think you bought more.
No, because it came back short on bullets. Like, because when they test fired it, they used my bullets. Test fire it.
You should charge them for that. You should be like, here's the bill, and you rented that gun. It was very nice of you to rent my firearm for like 2.5 years. But yeah, here's the bill. I'll charge you weekly, and I'll knock it down for a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And I could do have one of my old persons actually do up a billing statement for you, because I happen to specialize in munitions at one time, and I can say my service is to inspect said munitions, and for them to not return, those are $6,000 around.
Yeah,
and a quarter record.
In a quarter record. I actually had to go. They said they overpaid me during COVID, and I actually had to go to a trial with one of those kind of trials, but with the I don't know what would it be, unemployment, IRS, government, whoever. But
an administrative hearing.
Pretty much, but I won.
They're like, how'd you do that? We didn't design this so they could win.
Well, I didn't necessarily win. I just don't have to pay like any late charges, overfees, drafts. They still want their $300, but I got out of they wanted to get a couple thousand from me, so I got out of that. I feel like I won. I'm like, oh, $300, okay.
Well, I mean, the law is like they can't charge you more than what's true to and owe.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You know what they're saying? They're saying the 2 nights I went to jail when Zellweger put me in jail that I claimed that week. So I must have claimed prior, and they paid me while I was in jail for those 2 days when Zellweger put me in jail for contempt of court to steal my kid. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So now I'm getting paid. I have to pay $300 for that either way. I'm still paying for them to do that.
You don't have to pay. I mean, Oracle and I went down to the courthouse the other day
in Hendersonville, North Carolina.
And they of course have a bill. I think it's $211. They wouldn't dare mail it. That's a false security. And they were like,
that was the charge there for me being in jail.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, just like they were charging you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, scatterbrain, ADHD.
I'm like that too. No, yeah, they it was when I went to jail the first time.
Well, I'm just saying that it's really laughable because they don't even have an evidentiary record for why they threw her in jail. Like there is literally nothing on the record.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Is there any record for anybody? Was there a record for when you went? Do they have a record?
No, and that's why what's going on in Oracle's case, it's going on all across the country, right? But this is the one time where there's a direct conflict of interest between the high clerk and Oracle, right? It's not one of those things where it's the clerks are just doing this to you because you're not bar certified, because you're not somebody who has rights just because you're a man or a woman. This is the person who's at the top head of the office. He's the one who has admitted to having a conflict of interest with Oracle. And somehow, every time Oracle goes and files something or does something, the most important part of that, the thing that makes everything else have teeth, just goes missing. Right?
Well, wouldn't they have had this conflict of interest this whole time?
They have.
Of course.
But they're saying, see, this is what's interesting, is because we basically called out this conflict of interest when Oracle got arrested, right? And they said, well, no, their job's just administrative.
But now it's an issue.
Well, because he had an administrative job and he told her, I got a conflict of interest.
Because
so when I was in court, and the first judge that ever was incredibly polite and explained things and didn't threaten to arrest me and even let me speak for quite a bit, his name is James Marshall. I now have the highest respect for a judicial officer doing his job correctly. And he is the one who made it clear that it was after Dad's death that someone had to be the executor. And in this case, it was me, because Dad filled out the necessary documents, the paper or whatever, power of attorney, and then that went into the last will and testament, and he made me the executress. But the courts cannot recognize it until you go through their process. So the problem is that every time I go in there and give the necessary paperwork that they required, and I did it through declarations, including two of my brothers, actually three of my brothers had written up declarations for the court. Mysteriously, one of the most important documents disappears.
Of course.
And weeks and weeks pass by, and I keep going back and keep going back and keep going back, and they keep telling me over and over again, no, it doesn't work that way. You still haven't filled out the necessary documents. And later on, lo and behold, we find out, after continually going back and looking at the file and making copies and certified copies and exemplary copies for my own file, is that documents not only were missing, but the important documents that I filed that actually were certified by their own court was replaced by a photocopy.
That's what gave them their excuse to arrest her last year on August 10th, is they took the certified copy of the power of attorney. And I don't know this. I allege this upon information and belief and what I know firsthand experience. And there's only one way to know this. And the only way to know this is if the people get a common law grand jury. And I am sure that I could get you the answer within 3 to 4 days if I had a common law grand jury and could use their subpoena powers and question people separately and secret, and their testimony would of course be secret. But my belief, based on what I know from firsthand knowledge and experience, I believe that Oracle I know she filed the certified power of attorney with the clerk's office. And I believe that they shredded it and replaced it
with a photocopy. So
why don't we go back a little bit, because I suck being a host, we know this, and tell them a little bit about the backstory and what got you here today, so that people that don't know your story, Joni, can hear your story and get to know it, maybe make some phone calls and try to support you to support themselves so we don't leave this mess to our kids, so we can change this stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is what's important about this particular case of mine is that I had some people say, well, it's a personal case of yours. No, it's not. This affects everybody. When your paperwork is tampered with in the court, it affects you because it means possibly your paperwork has been tampered with
Most
or
likely.
disappeared. And every piece of paperwork that has been touched by this particular clerk of court now it's a major problem, because certainly in my case then, because we can document and show documents missing or in the wrong file. And it's so detrimental to my case, especially since I've been through this now, going through this a little bit more than 10 years. 10 years.
So this is all around a trust that your
Yes.
parents had. And
So exactly.
your mom is the one that initiated the court, all the wronggoing in the court, because somebody has to initiate it. It's all the same criminal
The
stuff.
wrongdoer.
Right. Like, they all get there, that if it's guardianship, whatever, they all get there.
Exactly.
Like, but it's the same evil that you're dealing with, regardless if it's from your mom, your sister, because I've been working on that other case, and it was a sister that, had everything going in the courts that just keeps, it just keeps building and building, right? So
yeah, so we've gotten to a place where it's no longer whatever Josephine, and my mom's name is Josephine. She divorced my dad, so she's no longer Josephine Ramo, but I'll refer to her as JoJo, Josephine Coker. On her email, it's JoJo the Clown. So we'll just call her JoJo. So this all started back in 2005 when my very brilliant dad, who was not highly educated, but a real smart business guy and a very hardworking, honest guy, started in 2005 a trust. And he worked very hard his whole life and wanted to build up real estate and rental income so that he could, leave it to his children and take care of him and, mom later in life. So in 2005, he's created a beautiful trust, and trusts, when they're functioning right and you have people that are trustworthy on the trust,
right,
that you can trust to be able to carry out your wishes, it can be a beautiful thing, and it's a contract between people. So in 2005, Dad started this trust, and he put different pieces of property and each individual car into the name of an individual trust, and each one of those trusts would be accountable to a management trust. So
those were the properties in the video that we played in the beginning, right? That's what I thought. I thought those were his homes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So JoJo decided that in the end of 2012 that there were certain things she wanted to do with the money, and Dad didn't want to do it, and so she started to get an attorney. I can back trail and have proof on a number of items that she did to start setting up, getting various attorneys. One of them was Tyler Ray, Robert Brackett, and there was another one, Christopher Stepp. And those two actually recommended Tyler Ray because they said you need a trust attorney. And we have the proof that Tyler Ray was actually the trust attorney, which means, and we have an email that's been posted in one of the videos, that he actually on the receipt says he's a trust attorney and his job was to protect the trust property.
And this is out of what courthouse? I always forget.
Hendersonville, North Carolina.
Okay.
Hendersonville, North Carolina. And this is particularly important because there's been 5 attorneys in Hendersonville that have gone to prison for stealing people's trust money, millions of dollars.
Like in the last few years, or like over just time, or
probably in the last 15
well,
years.
I was just thinking if it wasn't your mom doing this to your dad, they probably would have tried to came in and got him on a guardianship like they are doing.
Well, she actually tried to do that. Yeah, she tried to get him.
Did try to do that. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't.
Well,
that's how everybody else is getting their trust taken.
I was able to intercept that.
That's awesome.
Go ahead, John.
I was just gonna say, well, God works in mysterious ways,
right?
So, would you like for me to kind of try and summarize it?
Sure, go right ahead.
Sure.
Make it fairly quick. Yeah. So she told you about the email, right? Where Tyler Ray is saying that he's. Oh, oops.
Go for it, because that's important.
All right, so Josephine, or JoJo the Clown, as I like to call her, she writes in her journal, dissolve the trust, get the kids out, arrest Henry, get them locked up in a psych ward. She tried doing all of those things. There's a pretty clear record of it. And then after that, there's emails from Tyler Ray. Tyler Ray's the high clerk that she's suing, and she has emails from him to the defendants in the case, JoJo the Clown, David Ramo, and then all of the trusts that Henry created.
Lena Ramo, Diane Faraci.
Well, yeah, but they're being brought in because he's suing the trust.
Yes.
Right? Like, that's why they're not named defendants on the original action, is because they're being brought in by the very act of him suing the trust. And so Tyler Ray is the trust attorney to protect trust assets. He is now the high clerk. And while he was the trust attorney to protect trust assets, all of the real property that was in the trust when he was the attorney to protect the trust assets, all of it is gone. There is not one piece of property that is still safe and secure. It has all been moved. It has all been transferred.
So how did they get the properties?
Do what?
How were they able to get the properties? What?
Well, actually, JoJo the Clown just went in with Lena and they did a quit claim deed, right? So that's actual fraud. And it really becomes actual fraud when JoJo the Clown sold one of those properties, sold one of the real properties, because before, she had right to the property and she was just alienating everybody else from their right to the property. And all that is a civil action because she can give it back to you, right? But as soon as she accepts money and sells a piece of property for tens of thousands of dollars, she can't give it back to you. She gave them a warranty deed saying that it's theirs for now until forever. And then they sold it again. Well,
they built a house on it and then sold it.
When the law is actually upheld, the trust would have the right, when it's actually lawfully acting in law again, it would have the right to go and repudiate that sale, right? Because it happened because of fraud. And the only thing that
you can appeal it. And
no. There's no appeal. No. You get a fact found upon the record of the court where, they're committing actual fraud. Once that fact is found upon the record of a court, then the law is that the trust be restored to where they were before the fraud started.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. And the real property, it ain't going nowhere. You know what I mean? Like the homes, the land, the actual money, financial money, it has left. But the thing is that it left the escrow account of an attorney who still is contractually obligated to pay back the trust, right?
Right.
And there's no arguing that one, right? The law is really, really clear. Like, you still had a contract. It's not our fault you paid the wrong people. Right. You know what I mean? We told you not to.
So money was held up in New York City, hundreds of thousands of dollars in New York City for about 10 years. And because my dad had no access to the money, the home that he lived in for 25 years went into foreclosure. When it was Tyler Ray's job to make sure the mortgage was paid, because there was plenty of money to pay for the mortgage, but instead it went into foreclosure. So Dad became literally homeless. And then just prior to that, when my mother in 2013 had left Dad, she tried to get an involuntary committal. She went and got me arrested, said I threatened to kill her, which I hadn't even seen her in 2 years. Then she had done just endless things that and this is why I say it's bad enough that she planned and plotted and wanted to do this. I completely hold responsible these attorneys and the judges who allow her to carry out these things, because she couldn't do it without their
their directive and
their
moving court,
abusive behavior of the authority that they're supposed to have to protect, instead of take the innocent and hold him liable.
That's how I felt about Kathleen Shaw. James couldn't have done that without
Exactly.
that lawyer showing him, here, do this, do this, do this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to hurt them this way. Like, they know they're hurting people.
Mm-hmm. So Dad lost his primary residence, his home. So if you look at the years 2013 to 2019, those are the years when Josephine had those attorneys, including Tyler Ray. Tyler Ray's job was to protect those properties. And instead, Dad's home went into foreclosure. And then Josephine and Lena Ramo, they went into the Register of Deeds in Hendersonville, North Carolina, took that piece of land, and it was signed over to Josephine. Josephine went and sold it, and then they built a home on it and went and sold the land and the home. And then the home that Jojo moved into in 2013 was another piece of property that my dad had purchased. And she went and took it over and has been taking two of the rents, upper and lower rent. And then they went and did the same thing. And Lena did a quick claim deed, and it went out of the name of the trust into the name of Josephine. She's still living there 10 years later, collecting the rents.
So she was getting his like passive income, his retirement income, whatever have you. So he had like tenants in these places.
Well,
oh yeah, and she handled all
she's
that,
just
and taking all everything. Mm-hmm. So now the remaining one piece of property, Josephine is living in it. A piece of property that Tyler Ray was supposed to protect for the trust, and she's still living there 10 years later and collecting the rents. And the other, the home went into foreclosure. The money, and this is another big thing, is back in August of 2022 when we went into court while my dad was still alive. It was the last court date for him to be in. It was Fritz Mercer. So Fritz Mercer on the second day of court went and put me in jail, got me out of the courtroom, and took hundreds of thousands of dollars from New York City and made an interim order that money would go into Josephine's current attorney's account, and his name is Ryan Bradley. And then half of the money, over $150,000, Josephine was able to use for her enjoyment, because Fritz Mercer said that Henry Ramos squandered all the money and he couldn't be trusted with the money, so it was going to go to Ryan Bradley. So, and this is a court that is only permitted the maximum of $25,000. So here money crosses state lines from New York City to North Carolina.
Right. They have to arrest you to get you out of the way, so you can't be witness to it. You can't bear witness to that.
I can't have my voice upon the record to say anything and to stop him, so he throws me in jail.
And this is where we're sitting here saying the only way they could have done that with any type of law is by taking the certified power of attorney that she had for Henry and shredding it and making a copy of it. And they're saying, oh, well, we didn't have a certified power of attorney. It's not on the record anywhere. We would be irresponsible to let her act like an attorney, which is exactly what he said.
So now they're tampering with the record.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And see, but nobody would have believed us back then. But heaven forbid, within the year, Henry passes away. Oracle has to go move for the estate action on Baba's behalf. She keeps going in there week after week, just like she was saying, and they wouldn't do anything. And she's really, hey, have you figured that out yet? Hey, have you talked to your boss yet? Hey, when's Tyler Ray going to make a decision?
Yeah, because then he's out of town wasn't he out of town or off work for a while? Or
yeah, I mean,
because he was the only one that could handle it. The only one,
for sure.
Nobody else, and he was on vacation or something.
Yeah, and then when he gets back, they tell Oracle, he has a conflict of interest when she's going in there to get all the documentation to turn around and do what she's doing right now, which is suing them. And then after she does that, they don't even file the verification of service, right? And that's what the video is going to be about. If you want to play that video,
yeah, we can play that.
It's put together.
Well, what this
unless Oracle has something else to say.
I just want to say this really makes me aware of with working on the Roger Hilligus stuff last week, and then talking about this and just, going over your case. This is going on all across America to a lot of people. So how come we're not finding all those people that this is happening to? How come they're not speaking up? Why are they being quiet about this?
Well, I mean, one thing is that a lot most people, 95% of people, it's not actually happening to them. You know, the attorneys are all deciding what they're going to do, and they're just administrating people, and people are kind of consenting to it.
Right.
The people who actually know what's going on and they know how to go in and do these things in court, it's happening to them, but it's not at a level where it is in this situation where it's blatantly obvious. Anybody can see it. There's so many smoking guns, like, holy cow, right? And so to try and get to a place where we can get down and make sure that everybody's treated correctly, we have to at least hold somebody accountable, right? And we're not saying like hold them accountable, we're going to throw them in jail, hold them accountable, they're going to owe us millions of dollars. We're saying hold them accountable, we're going to get a court order that they have to do their job and they have to respect your rights. You know
And
what I
for
mean?
all
Because
those
go ahead.
all those naysayers out there that say things like, "Oh, you're gonna represent yourself or this or this or this." Yeah, well, guess what, bro? That attorney you had turned all your rights over is doing this crap behind closed doors, so you would never even know when they robbed you. So we
Exactly.
need everybody to come out and stand as man and woman and handle your business.
Right.
Yes.
That's my pronoun, woman. Whoa, with the womb, you know, a man with the womb. That's my pronouns. And soul, like as was talking about that earlier. SOUL. That's my pronouns I go by. I identify as that.
Yeah. Well, whenever this is concluding, remind me of the woman thing and pronoun thing. I'll tell you something interesting.
Oh, I'm sure. All right, and this is the video you just made today.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if where'd it go?
I think it's what, the last 15 minutes of it?
Yeah, it's the last 12 and a half minutes of the video.
It's a great video John just put out today on Just Conspiracy YouTube channel.
And I did upload this in here, right? Because I played it earlier.
Yeah, you played it for us earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'll
Sure
find
thing.
it. What is? Oh, okay. I got it.
Awesome.
You know that show more button? You might want to hit that.
Who, me?
No, like me. It was saying like
No.
show more, like right in my face. Well, it's still not here. All right, give me 1 second. I'll just pull it back in.
Excuse me.
So, and for anybody who's watching that doesn't know, she's about to show a video. It's the last 12 and a half minutes of my video on Just Conspiracy channel, and that's on YouTube. So I've been talking about this stuff since 2014, 2015.
Yeah, you should go check out his page. You could learn a lot there.
A lot. Mm-hmm.
Hold on, didn't work. Oh, there we go. How long is this? 15 minutes?
It's about 12 and a half.
The last 12 and a half minutes.
Yeah, that's just crazy. Because you know, the more I think about it, the more that's what they would have done if you couldn't have blocked that, and you know, if your mom wasn't doing it, they would have done that on their own. The more and more I'm like learning about these personality types that are in the court and what they do and how they treat people, you know, and the more and more I see how dirty they are. Like, I thought Zellweger was dirty. These trust lawyers on this end, they're dirty.
Yeah, we were in court one day, and one of the judges, it was let's see, Athena Brooks, who my dad had gotten up and was testifying that he trusted me and that I was his protector, and that's a term that's used on the trust for someone who, you know, protects one of the beneficiaries. And she slammed down the file and got very upset. And she said, I don't want anybody here I don't want any of these, these kids of Henry and Josephine interfering in what's going on between these two, husband and wife. Well, first of all, it had nothing to do with husband and wife. It had everything to do with the trust, which is a contract. And she said that she was going to call the Department of Services, Adult Protective Services. And I thought, oh, that's great. I hope she does. We'll be able to show how abusive the courts have been.
But I don't think they would care.
And my father, and throwing us in jail, threatening us constantly. And then she never did call. I put in for Dad a 7-page document of all the things that he wished he would have had the opportunity to say, as he dictated it. And I typed it up, and we put it in the court the next day, and that shut everything down. And then the attorney called me up and told me off that the judge was very upset about it, that's what I have him for. And I said, well, you didn't do your job. You didn't say what you should have said. You didn't do your job. And so that's why Dad wanted to put in, his testimony. Now it's really a declaration. And then he obviously quit as being Dad's attorney. Praise the Lord. Because we were going to fire him anyway, because it was a terrible day in court that day. We actually thought we were going to get arrested. But she never did call Adult Protective Services.
Yeah, these attorneys, these trust attorneys, these people are dirty. They're just as dirty as the family law attorneys. They're nasty.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
Well,
because generally lots of money's involved.
Yeah, it really depends on how much money's involved, right? Like Oracle can tell you whenever they would go to see an attorney, a trust attorney, they would sit down with the calculator, say how much you got, what you got, where, and then it's like, oh, well, you don't have enough money. I think one attorney quoted on $50,000, and basically they would go through and have it taken care of pretty quickly.
Well, right. Like in that footage I was just working with, the lawyer, they're talking about the trust and like the money. I think it was time to get, some fees paid or something. And I mean, the guy starts off, yeah, this is the big enchilada. Like the big enchilada. That's what he's called. This is how you're describing somebody's, life, like what they worked for, all maybe probably all they have, like the big enchilada for who's eating this enchilada?
This is one of the things that I really love this case, because it exemplifies what's wrong with our legal system on so many different levels. But it's not just what Tyler Ray's doing and the fact that the state lets him get away with it, but it's also like, just think about the situation that Henry and Josephine were in. Our system literally incentivizes the wrongdoer. It incentivizes the person to gather everything up in secret, run away from the unsuspecting party, and then divvy it up with all of the attorneys, but it incentivizes the wrongdoer.
And most people don't know this is going on or happening until you find the notebook, right? Like if you have the notebook of the evidence.
And a lot of people, like, what they were doing with Henry, they wouldn't let him talk on the record. So the attorney is representing falsely, because representation is always a fiction. Right.
They can't put anything on the record either, can they?
Well, but the thing is that they can acquiesce, right? They can basically say, yep, that's basically what I heard from my client, And that's why they got so upset with Oracle when she went down there and put what Henry wished he would have said onto the record.
Yep.
Right? Because it goes against the facts that they're trying to manifest and make believe. And this is the real reason why they won't let this go through. See, it's not about protecting Josephine at this point. They'd probably give her up pretty willingly and ready if they thought it would save their own skin. But it's about, there's so much stuff that's going on that's insane, like Tyler Ray being the high clerk while all of these various properties are being lost, him having to sign the certified judgment order that would be accepted in New York to send the money down. Them having to arrest Oracle in the middle of court because she just verified all of this actual fraud the day before.
Lady.
Yeah.
You're so bad. You must go to jail, You're only trying to protect your dad and his.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because
that's so-
the day before I was there and I was reading the documents and the declaration, and I was saying that woman, Josephine, committed actual fraud. And of course, he wanted to shut me down as quickly as possible. And that's what he did the next day, was to get me out of court, so that none of that would be on the that day.
right. And the only places that people have to turn is to the people. Like, there's nowhere else to turn. There's nobody going to make this right or straighten this, because they're all making money. It's fraud, so there's nobody to turn to. So all you have is the people to turn to. So we have to start sticking up and protecting one another.
Yes.
Or we're going to lose all our rights. It's going to be what, 2030, like John says,
Yep.
and we're going to have nothing. We're not going to have land. We're not going to have our children.
Already. Exactly.
We're not going to have anything.
Or our parents, because there's so much.
That too, they take them. Well, that Roger Hilligan's mom, 3 years in a nursing home, he took her out because they were mistreating her. So he took her, they charged him with kidnapping. They get her back 2 months. She was dead in 2 months. And in 2 months, they moved her, in that time, from getting her back, 6 different nursing homes when she had only been in one for 3 years. And then they get her back and they move her like that. Well, then so they isolate them and kill them. That's the next step. Like, they go kill them really fast after they get them back, like when things like that happen. Because I've heard quite a few stories about it on that other podcast with Q that I do.
Excuse me.
Where did it go? It was up here.
Yeah, and somebody had commented, put somebody in the comment, and I'm an ordained minister and a pastor, and I can't agree with you more absolutely about what you're saying. The thing is, it really is, which voice are you going to listen to, good or evil? And a lot of people who are doing these things are not listening to the voice of God, and they're doing things that are very diabolical, nefarious, and evil. But still, we fight not against flesh and blood, but powers and principalities in high places. But still, at the same time, you have to go to court. You have to show up. You have to be present. You have to be, fully aware of what's happening. And, we have to tackle this thing on a spiritual and on a physical level. Miles Monroe always said, Christians, they're really good. They're great at praying. And then after that, they don't do anything else. And so, it's nice to see a movement out there where a number of Christian leaders are trying to mobilize people, to do more. The issue is that many of them have not been in actual court and have had any of this loss or this kind of suffering. So they don't really know what to do. And I say, and John always says, show up in court. Don't let somebody go alone.
Never. I learned that. Never go alone.
Make sure you keep your own records on everything. Hold them accountable,
Yeah, never go alone. The first time I went alone, that's the first time they tried to take Delilah from me. And I was in that courtroom alone, and I had a friend on the phone, and he's yelling because he already knows. He knew what I didn't know. And he's like, just grab anybody out of the hallway and have them stand there with you. I don't care if just grab them, say, can I borrow you for 5 minutes, and have them walk into that courtroom with you. Anybody in the hall. He's like, I don't care who it is, just don't walk in there alone. I couldn't, there was nobody in the hall. I went in there alone. And by the end, I'm, trapped in the corner of the courtroom, getting screamed at by my own lawyer.
Yep, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Where does this keep going? I'm going to just play it this way because I don't know what's going on with that. It's going up there and then it's disappearing. Could just be me.
Thank you for your attention through this presentation.
Oh, yeah.
We appreciate it.
You can see it, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's Dad and I and John. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
If you have not seen Oracle's entire presentation on her declaration for extraordinary writs, I highly suggest that you go back and you watch them in the YouTube videos in which I've published about Henry Ramos' case. because this is incredibly important. Oracle is trying to bleed her heart through pen for you. Put it on a piece of paper. Here's what the injustice is. And this isn't an injustice against Oracle because the rights they're taking away from Oracle and Baba, they're your rights. They're taking them away from you too. And not only that, but the public record that keeps going missing, it's your record. They're just there to maintain it for you and administrate it for you. And it appears that they are failing at their job on that. But this concerns you. This concerns you. There is no doubt about it. JC asked something to the effect on one of the first videos if I was representing Oracle, but I can't do that. See, representation of persons is a fiction in the law, and fictions do not have rights. They have administration. This is the entire problem that I see in our society. It causes a lot of issues. And if you do not claim the right to have a right now by supporting Oracle in her exercise of rights, supporting yourself and exercising your right to have a true and accurate public record. So who knows, maybe it's true and accurate when you get down there. If you wish to preserve these rights, the rights to not have the government interfere with private contracts, private property, your right to go down to a courthouse, verify actual fraud and get remedy. If you wish to preserve rights like those, I hope you keep paying attention and do something about it, because if you do nothing, they will not be preserved. I've been doing this a really, really long time. And a couple of years ago, about 2.5 years ago, this woman, Angela, she goes and gets arrested because she released the audio of her daughter verifying that her dad molested her in a court. And because she did this, because her daughter did this, they arrested Angela, charged her with felony charges, sent her daughter to a place accused of child trafficking, child slavery, or child labor law, something like that, and then sent her to go live with the person that she said molested her. This is the type of justice your courthouse is producing. Your courthouse is producing. They're doing it in your name. A little bit after that, there's a man named Philip Kent. No kidding, this man got arrested for exercising his right to take his children camping. They're taking away your right to camp with your family. They're taking away your right to be at peace, to be left alone. And the public, they kind of threw a little bit of a fit about this. You know, Angela's charges got dropped. Philip Kent got attention and let out a little bit early. But nothing really changed. In law, the public absolutely acquiesced and said, hey, we don't care about our right to administrate our family privately that much. You know what? We're going to go ahead and decide the government can handle that for us. And that's incredibly scary. That's a very, very scary place to be. And the reason I bring this up is because right now you have the right to acquiesce or not to rights like private property, private contract, your right to walk into a court and verify crimes without being molested, without being abducted. We have a system that produces injustice and allows the wrongdoer to get away. And right now, the question is to you, are you going to allow Tyler Ray to get away? Because we walked in, Oracle and I walked in to the courthouse this past week, and here's what we found.
Okay. So there was another date on there.
Why is this file on here?
No, that's a good question. I don't know what's in. And then this one, this Sabrina.
Yeah, this is not filed in the proper place.
Yeah.
These are all supposed to be in the 1183.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
which means that the 1183 is not complete. Like we just got 3 incomplete copies.
Okay, let me see this.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, it's getting stuck on the. Close it. Yeah. Okay. Is it just, okay, so is this in this file or should that go in the other?
That should be in the
That should be in the
1183 file.
And this page is
That
Yes.
page is,
Yes,
this page.
yes.
What about this one?
And that should not be in the 1183 file, but that should be stamped and put in this file.
It's not stamped in.
Right here, these are the original documents that you just saw, copied together, stamped, and in the file.
That is the verification of service. That is whenever you file a lawsuit, the lawsuit isn't actually open, it's not moving, it doesn't have any force or effect, it can't get a court, it can't find a court until you file the verification of service. I verify that that lawsuit was served, and this particular lawsuit is verified not only by myself, but also by a clerk who accepted it around 4:31 p.m. August 1st. That's when the clock starts ticking for the answer. And of course, I already knew that they weren't going to answer. That probably wouldn't be a really smart thing to do, because then it means that we have a controversy we require a court to settle. But it might have been a good idea because we still have a controversy we require a court to settle. And that controversy is, and this is why that document being in the wrong file is so important. Well, let me just point it out to you, a few very key points in law. You see, the whole thing started because Tyler Ray would not issue Oracle Joni her right to administrate her father's property upon his passing. And because of that, she sued him. And when she sued him, she realized that the one document it takes to is a certificate of death. The state cannot recognize that somebody has an estate that they can allow you to administrate until they have proof on their record that a certificate of death was issued. Kind of makes sense, right? And another reason Oracle sued him was because he had just admitted to a conflict of interest. He said, I can't handle this administrative process with you because I have a conflict of interest. And then Oracle goes on to sue him. And after she sues him, what we discover is the one document, because she's been asking the court, hey, let's set up a hearing, let's set up a public hearing, let's have a record, a court where we can place verified facts upon the record and move for a true and lawful judgment in law. The things that we should have the right to do by law. They wouldn't open it for. They said, oh, there's an administrative process that hasn't been complete. Read these 10 pages and figure it out. Get back to us. I don't know. But filing the verification of service, that's an administrative process. It has to be complete. The case cannot have action to it until that's done. Can't go ask the court to do something without giving the other side the chance to say something. That's how bad it is. So Tyler Ray, the high clerk, admits to a conflict of interest. It's painfully obvious that he was trying to deny Joni her right to execute her father's estate altogether. Completely obvious. Then he gets sued for that, and he takes out the necessary document upon information and belief that it takes for that action to be live. And we're not going to get anything done about this unless you do something about it. So let me tell you what's about to happen. See, when all three branches of government's corrupt, the last choice we have to go to is the fourth branch. If we can't get the media on this, if you do not call the media agencies that we're going to list below, if you do not call them until you see something about this on the news, it's never going to happen. It's kind of up to you whether you have rights in the future, whether your children have rights in the future. And I'm really, really praying and hoping that you're the type of individual who wishes to secure and protect your rights. So the fourth branch of government is the media. Let's give them a call.
News 4.
Yes, I would like to report a news tip. There's a lawsuit up in Henderson County at CVS or 23 CVS 1183, and in that lawsuit, it looks like the superior clerk is not doing his job. And I just saw a little video of where he filed one of the most important documents in another case, or I guess somebody in his office did. Anyways, it kind of appears that this woman, Joni Ramo, is not having her right to access a court of law being upheld. And I wish somebody looks into that because it's really concerning to me.
Yeah, we actually had someone call about this yesterday. I've already passed it along to our news team. But could I take down your name and phone number in case you'd like to chat more about this with our news team?
Yeah, my name is Jonathan Cross.
And is there a phone number you could leave with me?
Yes, it's 864-498.
All right, I'll make sure that gets passed along with all this information that we've already collected so far, as well as the information you brought us. But thank you for leaving this tip with us.
All right, thank you.
Yep, you have a good day. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye. And it's just that easy. It's just that easy to secure your rights and the rights of your posterity, but you got to start working on it now. He who does not exercise his rights has none. And if we don't claim that we can claim rights and we don't uphold each other's rights when our brothers and sisters are claiming rights, then we don't have them. We don't have them. Call the news, tell them, hey, I wish to see what's going on with that. Is this woman going to get a court of law? Is the public ever going to get an answer? Let me know. Let me know when I see it on TV. We are just conspiracy, and we just wish to conspire to bring heaven down to earth.
I love your videos.
Aren't they terrific?
They are. They are. Hey, everybody.
Hey, how are you today?
Rested finally, and working on finishing that timeline article by tonight midnight.
Yeah, awesome. We're just talking about Joni's case and what's going on with it. Because when is your court date? Your next court date?
Well, that's an interesting question because I actually go on Tuesday to another county because finally it was transferred to another county. So Tuesday I go to fill out whatever needs to get done to be able to process through me being the executor of Dad's estate, even though there's no money in that estate, but there's business I still have to do. And then she's going to contact various people, family members, and we're going to have a hearing. We don't know the date of that hearing yet. And then when I was in court last time, I came before Abe Hudson. And Abe Hudson, if you remember, is the judicial officer, actually, who was there on August 10th, the day that I was arrested. He was in the courtroom there where Fritz Mercer was grooming him. And so he shows up to be the actual judicial officer that I recently came before. So he has a continuance to this 867 case next month on the 28th, is it? I think. So it's all going to be interesting what happens next, and a lot of it is really dependent upon. On the bottom of the screen are 4 phone numbers, and it is the phone number for 4 different TV news places, news facilities. So we're really asking everybody for the participation of the public, to call these 4 places.
Yeah, I'll pull up your
right
flyer.
there. And on the bottom are the phone numbers. And John showed you in his last video here how easy it is. You just call up, you give the case number, you let them know Hendersonville, North Carolina. There's a clerk of court is being sued. We want to know what's going on. Why is Hendersonville not reporting it? There you go. Awesome. And it should have the 4 different phone numbers also on the flyer. That's a picture of when Dad and I were arrested.
So
Yeah.
they arrested this old man, this
Mhm.
elderly man shows up to court and they arrest him because he's trying to protect.
Yeah, I actually got arrested with Henry.
Yes.
When Henry got arrested, it was the first time I ever went into court with him. But that jurisdiction had experienced me before I went in there, and to the point where I made them change their entire district process for how somebody checks into court.
Yeah.
And they just did it for the entire district just because I was telling people to play a few couple tricks like, hey, I'm present, I don't know how to represent myself, does the court wish that I leave, and come wrapped up in a bow. And so anyways, obviously they knew that I was sitting with them, and they thought it was going to be a slam dunk. He puts in 4 pieces of paper that morning that turns everything on its head and showed that they were the ones doing wrong, right? Like they're coming after him for a false claim that they are not willing to verify under the pains and penalty of perjury, right? They will not say that it's true to and no under the pains and penalty of perjury, which Henry gave them multiple chances to do that.
Yeah.
And so Henry gets up because there was this woman acting as his attorney who never filed a notice of appearance. She never had any document in the record saying that she had been hired by Henry to represent him. And so she just starts moving the case. They never call the names of the parties, and she just starts moving. And of course, Joni's brother Loam, he was sitting right next to me, and he kept on going, wait, Dad, get up, say something, get up. And I'm like, no. All you see are 2 attorneys before the court. That's it, right? As soon as you know 100% that that's your case, go ahead and stand up. And I think Thomas McAvoy Britton was waiting 20 minutes to decide. He was deciding, sitting there, do I really want to break the law? But once they start breaking the law, there's no bounds to it. So as soon as they started talking about the property interest, which clearly identified Baba's case, he jumps up, and he was having problems standing. So I just stand up to help hold him. He couldn't hear the judicial officer. He was going back to sit down, but we were already both arrested, being hauled out of court.
Wow. What, because he stood up and couldn't hear? Like,
well, no, because he interrupted the court, because they were trying to have, as Monarch likes to say, he stepped into their ex parte hearing, right, and said something.
Right.
And that's why he got in trouble. They were like, you can't do this, because they remove him from the court, and then they actually let his attorney go too. And now there's no other side. We have an adversarial system. There's no adversary. There's nobody on the other side saying anything or defending anything. And that's the position that Tyler Ray should be in right now, because he never answered. This is why Oracle has the right to go into court and say, hey, he didn't answer, so I'm going to try him in his absence. That's what they do to you.
That's what they do to you. You don't show up.
Exactly.
And then we're going to move these facts, right, from the public, from the clerk's record, onto a verified court record, because a verified court of record is the only way to get a true and lawful judgment issued in law. And it's really, really simple. Once, and this is why juries have the right, they find the facts and not the law. Because once you find the facts, the law is really, really simple, just like I was talking about earlier. Once they find the fact the fraud was committed, the law is simple. You have to try and return everything to as if the fraud was never committed, as if it had never started.
Right. That's what you're telling me. So
make somebody whole.
Well, I mean,
back to that.
Just think about it. Just think about it like this. If you wish to have it on a really, really simple level, when somebody breaks into your house and steals your Rolex, and then you find it at the pawn shop, do you have to pay to go get it back?
I got earrings stolen like that once, and I did not have to pay for them to get
exactly them back. Because they were yours, right? You can never suffer an injury because you were wronged. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
The law has to make you whole.
Yep.
Right, exactly.
It doesn't say that you deserve any more than that, but it says that you have to get that returned.
And when it's things like your children, there's really nothing they can do to return to you besides a monetary. Like, how do they make that right?
Well, I mean, you're not going to make that right until, in my mind, and we were talking about this earlier on the phone, but the American public has basically acquiesced and said, oh, it's okay for the government to administrate our families. It's not that big of a deal. We're not going to handle it. We're not going to tell you have to stop. And now we're at property rights. Is anybody interested in preserving property rights? The right to contract with people, the right to be able to go down to a court and verify wrongs and have your verification upheld, have law upheld, and not be thrown into a cage and molested and captured.
Right.
Because that's basically the question that's being asked right now.
Yeah, maybe our modern society will actually step up for once, because their shiny things might go away. I mean, Lord knows they don't give a crap about the kids. I mean, now they're begging the government to legislate away your right to, rear your offspring in every capacity. They want to have, what do they call that? The child mutilation rights. The child who can't even form a cognizant thought yet because they're too young has the right to go mutilate their body forever behind your back too.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's terrible. And like, if these parents have a problem with it, they can end up going to jail or whatever, being in trouble for not allowing their minor to do this to themselves.
Yeah. I mean, Canada's turd already rolled downhill and landed on California finally. It's illegal, not unlawful, but it's illegal to misgender your child here, or they'll take them away. I mean, it's pretty much, we'll just take your kids and we'll make up an excuse.
For any reason to take them. And that's happening with the elderly too.
And I can guarantee you right now, in this state at least, there is a CPS worker probably at this very moment sitting in a room with a kid, trying to squeeze out some kind of statement and saying, did they ever say you're not actually a girl or anything like that, by the way?
Yeah, that's simple.
They love to do that.
Well, I heard something like they were going to start doing something where kids can take like a break from the parents and go to like a camp, like, basically put themselves in these
Hitler's youth. It's coming back, baby.
Well, that's what it sounds like to me.
That's what I've heard. I've heard they're going to do this, and the parents can't say or do anything if their children decide to like leave for like 48 hours or whatever. I mean, I doubt that they'll ever come back if they do that, but that's what I've heard that they were wanting to do or trying to do. I'm not sure. But I've heard
it's going to be like an expanded DARE program, By the way,
kind of
your
like
parents
that.
do any drugs, or did they ever call you a boy instead of a girl? Let us know. Here's your pre-filled check forms.
Right. Well, the schools are the #1 callers to CPS, so we know they're involved. They got hands.
Yep, and doctors are the second.
Are they? Which kind of doctors? Like pediatrician or like mental? Like psychiatrist? Like like children's psychiatrist?
I would guess psychiatrist myself. What say you?
I would say pediatricians trying to say abuse. Because I mean, they could just a kid could have a bump and they could say that was abuse.
Well, I mean, in a large way, it's like the people who are affected the most highly and commonly are the people who aren't financially secure.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the ones that they target them.
Well, and I mean, the system just looks at them as, what are they going to do?
Right. Yeah, they have no, just like my GAL said on that GAL call when they were colluding. My clients don't have no money. They can't do nothing.
Well, and this is this is another policy that we have in our society that is absolutely 100% contrary to the ideas of justice and what law actually is and is supposed to be. And that is the idea that you can sell it in any kind of way. Whenever you start selling it, you're always going to get to the point where, you know, unless you're paying for it, you can't get it. And that's where we're at right now. You know, unless you are paying for rights, then they don't grant you privileges, even when the other side is so absurdly in the wrong. So, you know, in your face, just taking documents out of the record, you know, just falsifying things left and right, not doing their job. And they're messing with the public's record, right? Like, that's the only court that day that Oracle was there. And if anybody wished to go in there and get that record, they wouldn't have a full record because it doesn't have her release. And we were all kicked out of the courthouse or the courtroom, right? Like the judicial officer said that it was closed.
Yeah, they do that. They really make sure you don't have any witnesses. Like, they don't like that.
So when I was taken out of jail,
those are scary
court
courts.
chamber, right? So when I was taken out of jail and brought back into the courtroom, you know, the first thing I noticed was everyone is gone. Where is it? You know, like, where is everybody? Why am I alone here with this man who just put me in, you know, in chains and shackles, and now is getting me out to come before him, you know?
Right. Yeah.
It's bizarre.
It is bizarre. Well, you know, it's really bizarre when you show up to the courthouse and they have like all these police officers waiting for you that escort you up to the courtroom. And when you arrive at the courtroom, you know, there's another 10 plus police officers standing around the courtroom. You know, that's pretty intimidating. It's kind of scary, you know, because you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, they're so tyrannical now with people. Like, I mean, I've just seen people being treated like they're not even, you know, people, like, by these officers. You know, like, it's crazy how they're treating them. I don't trust police officers anymore. Like, to be pulled over or to come in contact with one actually kind of makes me nervous because you don't know if they're going to kill you. Like, it's gotten to that point. They don't pull out like taser guns anymore or mace. They shoot people in the back of the head while they're running away from them and stuff. Like, that's where they've gotten to. And then, you know, find that it's okay to do that. Well, the last time I checked, that's murder. When someone's running from you, because, you know, I watched a video of, it was a 16-year-old boy in California and they shot him as the kid ran from them. And I mean, to me, that's just cold blood murder. And that's just where they've gotten. Like that kid in Colorado, they said he was trying to claim sovereign citizen in the courts, and they murdered that kid. I watched that video a few times, and I mean, I can't see anything other than them just retaliating against whatever him and his mother was doing in the court, because they were having court problems, you know. And his mom actually had a court date that day.
Well, I mean,
stupid stuff like tickets.
That's why they're talking about, you know, sovereign citizens and, you know, the alt-right extremists.
Yeah.
Right? You know, these are the new domestic terrorists, right?
Right.
They want to say that, but when you know, sometimes your eyes, like, do your eyes really lie to you that much? Like, this kid was an innocent little kid. I mean, he was young. I don't even think he was like 20. He was in his car. He wasn't doing anything. Like, and they just, I don't know if you've seen that video I'm speaking of.
I haven't seen it, you know, but it's a thing that the only way you're going to solve that kind of problem is by getting back to a common law grand jury.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
When you get back to a grand jury where people can investigate the government without government oversight, without government permission, you know, then you're going to clean a lot of that stuff up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I'd like to speak to that if you could hear me.
Hi, Kathleen.
Hi. Sorry, I got lost.
Amazing.
Yeah, me too. I came to the top of the mountain so I could have some signal.
Oh, awesome.
Hey, so I would like to give the glory to God before we get started and know that this is by the grace of God that we've got anything at all. And I'm pretty sure it's because we know who we are with integrity and our agreements make a difference. So when you're hurt, I can see the damage. I can see who did it. My job is just to say the truth. So when we have a grand jury or a petit jury, that's all those people are called to do, is witness for each other. Say what you see. If that's how you want to be treated, that's what we allow. And governed by consent is how we are in America. We've just been lied to for a couple of generations that says we have tacit agreements. And contracts are important, but they turned into contracting, where we have tacit agreements from our marriage license, our birth certificate, Social Security, driver's license, insurances, and going to a public school. We haven't actually exercised the independent thinking that we need to, where who is allowed to control anybody? Nobody controls people. I know that God controls me, and if anybody else tells me what to do, especially forcefully, it's just being a bully. And bullies seem to be prevalent in our system right now because of the power that they wield, only because they get to stay there protected by their peers who also are looking forward to that retirement check. So when we have a third of the people being paid to rat out or punish the other third of the people, and 1/3 of the people are children and seniors and don't have any standing left in them. I mean, they don't. Children don't know where to stand, and seniors may be too old to stand. But we who have the capacity to discern right from wrong, we have agreements to make, and that says, are we going to allow this or are we not?
Right.
And I, for one, am not. I am not going to leave this planet while the children still don't know how to be protected. So when I heard a little bit ago, I take exception to the possibility that we have to believe that most of the population doesn't know or care. I think it's because they don't know what to do about it. Because I know anybody who's lost a parent or a child or a loved one of any kind, if there's nothing you can do about it, you kind of have to stay quiet. But when we bring these grand juries together, and it's basically just 24 people is the standard number, but 2 or more make an agreement. Where 2 or more come in my name, there so shall I also be, and it shall be established. So Angie and I, we agreed that Roger's adversaries are not going to get away with this.
Right.
When Angie saw the facts, she made that video of them, and it's so well done. You're so creative. I love the way you work. It was fun doing it with you too.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, like doing that video, like I just can't believe how much is going on and what they're doing. And it gave me like fresh eyes for Joni's case tonight, you know, like to see and hear and to be able to see like how similar these two cases are. And they're totally different people, but it's the same monster that's doing it. Like it was eye-opening for me to work on that and then come back and revisit your case tonight. Like I just, you know, you lose words because you just can't fathom that people would be like this and just do these things to other people. I mean, because we do all know right and wrong. It's in our hearts when we're born. Like we just inherently have it.
Just doing my job isn't good enough. But the system requires them to just do their job or they'll get blackballed like Catherine Hine did. Perfect example. She said, I say the Constitution every time and I lose. And you attorneys never say the Constitution and you win. What gives? And they said, don't say that anymore. Don't ask that question. And she did because she had to have an answer. But they turned off her electric, turned off her water. 5 tenants had to leave and they followed her around town and to her house, and she felt threatened and had to leave town. And she outed the Bar Association as criminals and excommunicated herself or excommunicated them from her. She said, don't trust them for anything. And now that I've read, what do you call the canons? Mm-hmm. It's 12 presumptions of court. Mm-hmm. That if we allow them to presume without us rebutting. Does that mean each one of us have to sign on to a paper that says, I rebut my birth certificate? I don't see how that's going to happen all collectively. So when we know these guys are fraud, and when we come together with the victims and we say, who it was that did it, and we take them to task, standing on the Constitution when they're public servants. Good behavior is required, but in their corporate structure, they protect each other. That's why they say the prosecutor only has full sole control of the grand jury.
Right.
That's why these common law, people say common law, but then some people say you don't know what common law is, and everybody says something different about it. Since 1983, I've been studying this, and now there are 38 assemblies that are formed in the states. Some of them are two opposing assemblies in one state, but there's 38 of them. I was on their calls for 16 of them as they were developing, and once they were established, they still didn't address. I kept asking, okay, we're establishing these assemblies, but what's the consequences? These children are being stolen with impunity, and it has to stop. Well, we have to wait until we get enough of the states involved in the assemblies before we can start having consequences. But in the body of like-minded people, we make the agreements, and then we do the action. It's not about waiting for an authority to do it. We are the authority with our agreements. Knowing that Connie Reguli wrote that first Family First Act, she was on Facebook Live bragging about from DC on Facebook Live saying, I wrote the Family First Act. I didn't know it would cause you parents a hardship. So I'm here to rewrite it while I'm drinking my cocktails and shaming you parents because you're not up here writing bills. And the rest of the hour was talking about how much fun she's having. So it was September 10th. I opened my Facebook and I see the Family First Act's name was changed to Adoption and Safe Families Act. Then $600 billion was awarded to them so attorneys can be paid when they steal the children from the Social Security money.
Wow.
And then I watched the CPS training video for 3 hours. I watched 20-year-olds hear from the judge and the director of the CPS who are on whiteboard up in front. And the judge is speaking, pointing at these 3 boxes. We give you a laptop and we'll give you an escort with the police if you need a ride. And all parents are guilty of something. It's your job to go out in the communities and canvass and take information and make allegations, and we'll back you up. We'll take the children and then have the parents jump through the hoops or pay support, whatever it's going to take. But these 3 boxes, the first one is mine, and the second one's the prosecutor's. We don't talk about that. The third one's the box for the CPS agency. My box, if you don't check my box, the first one here, right here, you see it? If you don't check my box, I'm going to come and find you, and I am not going to be happy. I later found out because she's getting $6,000 to $10,000 for allowing the children to be stolen. And we parents have something to do about that. We have to have the agreement and the fortitude behind it to stay in a conversation that says, in your county, which one was doing it? And then we put that name on a claim and make those numbered paragraphs and say the date, the name of the party that's the perpetrator, the deed or omission, and the damage for each one of them. And then we look at it. I look at yours, you look at mine, you say, yep, that's the guy. And this is the last piece of it. I don't want to take up your whole show, but the executive order, it used to be called 31818 when I first read it. And then it turned into Executive Order 13818. In part, it says, all public servants found corrupt are to have their properties, assets, and accounts frozen. A little later, it says, sooner rather than later, because they tend to hide what they've stolen. So how do we find them guilty? We know they're guilty. How do we find them guilty? And it's just like I just told you. You write it down. You give them a notice of liability. And like Jonathan's saying, when they don't answer it, now they've acknowledged it. They're guilty. So you take them to the county commissioners, but they're guilty too. If the county commissioners don't do something about it, we have to go in there and write the same thing about the commissioners and serving it on them personally that they either fix it or they're not allowed to hold their office.
Well, I'm going to jump in here. I think you might have a misunderstanding of what Oracle is doing. Oracle didn't write. Oracle wrote a verified statement, that's for sure. But then it was filed as a common law action as a lawsuit. And what she's suing for is she's literally suing the superior court clerk for the superior court clerk to do his job. Okay, there's no financial damages or anything like that. It's literally, hey, look, we've caught him not doing his job. Him not doing his job interferes with my substantive and material rights. Make him do his job. And he hasn't answered that. So now Oracle's saying, okay, he hasn't answered my accusation and claim that he's not doing his job. So I wish to open up the court record. And that way I can move these facts and verify them upon the record of the court. Because without verified facts upon the record of the court, upon the court of records, right, you can't issue a true and lawful judgment order in law, especially not one that you can execute.
So we still have no answer.
Yeah, we still have no answer. I mean, that's the whole idea of trying to get the news media and news organizations in there, is because we still don't think they'll answer. We still believe that they're just going to push it off. And I just can't wait to see how they do it. They always surprise me. You know, I can't believe Tyler Ray said I have a conflict of interest. Typically, when you're doing criminal stuff, you know to be quiet. You know,
right?
That was like cake on Christmas.
Yep.
Well, that's how we force their hand. Is like you said, through the media, and with the mainstream not doing their job, it falls to us, the people now.
Well, and the thing is that once we get the media's attention and we have everybody thinking about this, that's when Oracle wishes to go up to the state court and file at the state court of appeals. And this would not be an appellate action. This would be an original action. And there's a huge difference between the two. When you go and file an appellate action, okay, you have to go and argue with the record that the court sends them. And since we're suing the clerk for altering the record numerous times, guess what? It might not be in your favor. It might be completely in law, because that's exactly why he took out that certification document, is because if she would have gone and appealed, right, then they would have sent the record and the court would have said, oh, look, you know, there's no certificate of death. Of course they couldn't issue you a letter of testamentary, letter of administration. You haven't even filed the one essential element. That's exactly why they took out the verification of service, because it's the same thing. You can go and serve the lawsuit just like we did at 4:31 p.m. in the afternoon or around there. You know, we got the clerk on audio and video telling us the time or the approximate time, getting served, initialing the document, the piece of paper. But when you file that, you prove, hey, I've served them. I served them at this day, at this time. They got 8 days to answer. Right? They don't answer in 8 days. I'm going to move to open a court so we can get these facts on the record. That's how fast common law is. And if he would have answered in 8 days, and it's 8 days, so that if you sue them, if you file it on a Monday or Tuesday, they have no more than 1 weekend, right, to think about what kind of lies they're going to make up to answer you. But then if they answer in 8 days, you have to answer in 6, right? And after that, it's let's get ready for trial. Let's put our facts on the record. I guess it's a jury because there's nothing else to talk about, right? We've already decided what the facts are that we don't agree upon.
John, what do you think about what is they doing in that case? A blind jury.
What do you mean a blind jury?
Is that what they were calling it, Stephen? A blind jury?
They're calling it an anonymous jury.
Anonymous.
Hey, I gotta run here, you guys. But it was great jumping in here and dropping in and see what you guys were doing. I heard you were doing it live. I'll see you guys a little bit later.
Cool. All right. Yeah, like an anonymous jury. What do you think about that?
The juries have historically they shouldn't be anonymous, right? Like I don't even agree with hiding their identity after big cases. The attorneys for Amber Heard wanted to hide the identity of the juries for a while. There were a couple other cases that were pretty big where they hid the identities of the jury, and that's I think they did that for Alex Jones too, and it's kind of unprecedented, right? Like the whole idea of having a jury system is to subject people to the court of public opinion.
Right. So would you say like those are those tend to be like something, is a mist among them? Like it's, they're not moving lawfully in the court. Is that why they do it? Like they're up to something?
Yeah, it's always a problem when the court's being secretive about anything, right? Like it's supposed to be a public and open court. So when you have anonymous proceedings or anonymous juries or anonymous actors, you know what I mean? How can you call that a record, right?
And how do you stop that from happening? Like if that was to happen?
Well, we're at an interesting point in history. Like, either people are going to come back, and it's going to have to be somebody outside of the bar association, because everybody inside of the bar association is subject to the politics of the bar association.
Right.
And if they were going to fix this problem, it would have never gotten this bad. So, the only solution that I could possibly imagine is that the people exercise their right. That's a public courthouse, right? The whole idea of a representative democracy, we vote on the people who go in there. That means that they're using your authority, the general public's authority, to exercise lawfully RICO criminal enterprises. That's basically what we accused them of when we took it to federal court, when we predicted that they were going to do what they did to Oracle on August 10th.
Yep.
It's kind of like, remember, Ange, back in the 80s, all those cool like action movies where like the local gang moved into the public park and took it over to slang their drugs. Now nobody can go through that park without getting, robbed.
And all it is like a switchblade comb.
Yeah. See, in all those movies, the way they resolved that was the community, the neighborhood got together.
That's right.
And they all rolled up there in numbers. And the gang was like, "Oh shoot, man, we don't want none," and they moved out.
Well, that's
and they had their public park again.
That's basically what Kathleen and I are trying to do, right? Like, just come together and put the facts on the record and not let anybody else be harmed. Why is it not that simple? I don't understand. Like, I just don't understand why it's not just that simple.
Well, the thing is that nobody's gotten into the position where they could put facts upon the record of the court. This is why when you were going through your arrest stuff down there, and we were like, hey, just bring in the accuser. And they were like, no, thank you.
Yeah,
You're like, okay, let me just go to trial. Let me just get to a point where I can put facts upon the record, because I will mess you up with them facts.
Right.
Because when you look at them in law, they don't look so good for you. And that's why they wouldn't do it. See, because they wouldn't allow you the opportunity to, they don't know what facts you're going to put on the record, and you got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
But when they're not performing in their duties properly, how do they still hold? How are we still allowing them to have authority? Like all the people that did
acquiescence. The
so
fact that
it's the whole of the people are doing it.
The fact that they made such a big deal in St. Louis with what was going on with all of that, and the fact that it got such media attention, it got national, international media attention, and just like the judicial officer Hemphill or whatever said, or it was Burton talking to Hemphill. He said, hey, I already talked with the people down at the Bar Association. We're going to have this smoothed out. And as long as people will go ahead and accept their bar administrative, we're going to do whatever we want, and no law applies here except for what we decree. And they accept that, then they're going to keep doing it. But that's what they did to Greg Newman, and the public outcried so much. They got him removed. You didn't see anything like that in St. Louis, Missouri. And now it's business as usual with everybody getting a promotion.
We're not done.
But now I'm just saying,
No, you didn't see anything like that happen. You didn't. And you did. Everybody's still in their positions and they're still taking these babies and nothing's changed.
Or they got a promotion, right?
Well, most people did get a promotion. Almost most of those people got promotions.
Yep.
See,
Here
and just
too.
like as long as our society rewards evil doing and punishes those who do good, those who speak truth, how could you expect it to go anywhere else?
Right. Right. Because like I didn't realize I was giving Zellweger a recommendation when I wrote that letter to the governor until after I wrote it. I was like, damn, that's what he wants to hear. Like they want these crooked judges in here. I've just given her a good word.
So it's not a case that we have to tolerate one by one fighting this thing when what we stand on the Constitution and know that it's because we don't hurt people. And when you hurt people, you got to go. So CPS is an agency, and Guardians and the Bar Association are all government, are not even Child Protective Services, a private for-profit corporation now. It's not even a government agency from Human Services or whatever. Guardian ad litems, they are a fraud where it's just a racket. And then there's probate, and then there's foreclosures. So those four particular things, there's family court, there's criminal court, and then there's banking court. And all of the people in St. Louis who's been harmed by CPS can remove CPS agency and use the money that's there to nurture the children as parents, instead of allowing the state to give it to a profitable company and incentivize them to take the children. This is obnoxious. There's a solution. We have to stand on it together. That's what the grand jury is for. We're proving that it works with Roger Hilligus because the Breslow, because of that executive order, and Breslow doesn't even have a bond or an oath on record, we're preparing those liens to freeze his accounts, and then he can come and negotiate those back if he intends to keep his job, which that can't happen. Or if he intends to keep his money. How does anybody get to stay in public office when they're lying, cheating, and stealing right in the public, and we just say, oh boy, that's a show to watch. It's like a circus. But Roger's still there 10 months, locked down 23 hours a day. And where's the fortitude to remove him? The Washoe Patriots got a few who might have a bloodbath when they go there, but and that's not the way it needs to be. We need to freeze the accounts of the people who are stealing stuff and give it back to the people who they stole it from. Collectively, standing in that light to stop the harm from people. One more child getting hurt.
You got to understand that, the things that you're talking about, they're symptoms of the real problem. And the real problem is that people don't have the right to access law. Okay. And Oracle's here. She can verify the story for you because it happened when we first met.
I'm sorry, people don't have the right to do what?
To access
the court of law. Okay.
In
any kind of way. Whoa. Wait just a second. See, you mentioned all of these courts like probate, contract, banking, CPS, family court. Family. Yeah. All of those things. See, there's another court. It's called the Court of Law. Or the Supreme Court. Like when they're talking about the Supreme Court and the Constitution, they don't use uppercase S to talk about Supreme. It's a lowercase s, okay? Because it's a description word. It is not a noun. It's not a proper noun. And they were very, very careful about that. And so what they're saying is that the court of law is the Supreme Court. A court of law can overrule the legislature and the executor, even when they're in concert with each other. It can decide controversies between them. And this is really, really obvious when you see like Supreme Court case law precedent, right? Because that's basically what they're saying. Okay, now it's okay to have an abortion. Now it's not. Right, through constitutional interpretation of case law, which I agree with Scalia. It doesn't have anything to do with the Constitution, and that's the real problem. Is that people aren't exercising, and when people exercise a court of law, they're not getting it upheld. They're not getting it respected, even to the point where the state just stops the law from being broken against them. And a great example I have of this, because I've been teaching people how to go into court and move by due process of law for a really, really long time. And Oracle, when she first met me, she had a friend that was a Russian woman, and she was over here, and her husband went out and verified all this false stuff. The police came over, handed her an order, took her kid, away from her immediately. I think it was like, was it a week or 2 weeks until the court date? It was a week, right?
Mm-hmm. And gave her 20 minutes to move her things out of her house. And she couldn't go to the school. She couldn't see her child. She couldn't have contact with her husband because he went and bear false witness against her and got all these restraining orders against her.
And Oracle's all telling me, she's like, I'm really worried about this woman because she's Russian and she doesn't speak any English. And I just start laughing. I'm like, we got 4 days to go, right? She just got this, or we got 5 days to go. And I'm like, ha, 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 she speaks Russian. And Oracle's like, what are you talking about? And I go, you know how I was teaching you about the Pleadings in English Act, right? Back in 1365, somewhere around there. And she's like, yeah. And I go, just consider that the Pleadings in Russian Act.
Yeah.
For this, right? So right. Working with this woman over 4 days, only having Google Translate, I could communicate to her how to proceed in law effectively enough to where the courts would not get involved.
It was amazing.
They said 50-50, and don't come back here unless you want to be punished. Whoever brings the case back here is going to get punished.
Yep.
And what year was that in?
2017.
Yeah,
that was 2018. That was early 2018.
And it was shortly after that you started seeing it go really downhill.
Well, that was actually Andrew Tickle's case was the first case because I met her through him. His mom passed away when he was in jail. And when he got out, there was a memorial service being held. They wanted to wait until he was out of jail to have it. And at that memorial service, Joni's brother actually heard my buddy that I was helping out talking about how a magistrate judge came back into his jail cell, told him that we had filed the criminal complaints, and that, if he wished to swear out the warrant, because that's what we're telling him to do in the complaints, that they would sign the warrant for the judicial officer to be arrested for their violation of law. And so that's the point that I personally see. And a month and a half before that, I personally witnessed a judicial officer order this man. This was the first time I ever saw the court break the law ever in my life. Okay, I promise. And they took this man just for asking what the nature of the wrong and the cause of the accusation. Hey, what did I do wrong? And they're like, you're crazy, you're insane. We're going to lock you up in a mental institution for a bare minimum of 30 days. But anybody who knows that process, you're going for a long time, right? And we got him out within 72 hours. His significant other, Linda, came down and made a claim for his body. She was like, I got health conditions. That's my life support. Give me back my life support, or show me good cause and law, right? Show me how much harm he has done that you have to keep him because he could harm the public further, right? Those are your options. And they're like, they gave him back. They kept him as long as they could legally and lawfully keep him. And then they kicked him out. And they had a psychiatrist drive from it was probably like 50 or 60 miles away to do a psychological exam on him before they released him.
Can you go back to the part where you had someone arrested, public servant?
Well, no, my buddy, he lived in that jurisdiction. His mom just passed away. He didn't feel like fighting it.
Yeah.
He didn't issue the warrant, but he was offered the opportunity.
By who? How?
By a judicial officer.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is because we filed criminal complaints in the proper way. and it was their duty and obligation to go ask him that.
So if we backtrack and go back to the original discussion, Kathleen, that you were talking about, and then John was saying that if we had a court of law, and if that court upheld law and the due process of law, then we wouldn't be needing to do all these other things, because really we're to go to court to be able to have remedy, and these judicial officers are our servants, and everything has flipped around. People have gotten so afraid of judges, of the law, of, you were quoting some scripture earlier, but even biblically it says that, you haven't done anything wrong, you shouldn't be afraid of going to court or the law, or anything that happens in a court. And the only ones that should be afraid are those that are breaking the law. Unfortunately, we have the ones that are breaking the law, the ones that are supposed to be upholding the law and giving us, making sure our rights are upheld. So we go back again to the fact that the courts are breaking the law. So, when that happens, then no one's rights are safe and secure. So we need to go back to getting the people involved in making accountable, the people that they're actually voting in. I mean, we've got judges that you're voting in, and the solution, people say, oh, well, we'll just vote them out. Well, who the hell wants to wait 4 years when more damage has been done, more children are being taken, more property is being stolen, more people are going into poverty, spending all their money and money they don't have to be able to get attorneys who only turn them over to the court, because that's what an attorney does. They turn you over to the court. So, how could that be a solution? Just vote them in or vote them out. Why wait 4 years when they're causing more pain, loss, and suffering in your life and the lives of other people? So the issue is making them accountable and we don't have enough people yet rising up and saying, hey, stop it, this is wrong, or let's get rid of them. There's no accountability. This is the big problem that we're facing, which is why we're turning to the public again and saying, okay, now we need that fourth branch. We need the media to be doing their investigation and reporting and exposing this stuff. We need more voices out there to show where the corruption is, where they're breaking the law on people.
The media, you mean mainstream or this type of media?
Anything and everything. Whatever will mobilize and get people involved. People have gotten to be so selfish that until it affects them personally, then they don't get involved in this sort of thing.
When the grand jury is there to bring a verdict, that's a vote. And when they can hear that the damage happened to you because it was a public servant who was denying due process, whatever process that might have been, I know I can feel others' pain. And if I'm on the grand jury, my identity is not, my identity is secret on a grand jury. So I get to vote. Is that the way I want to be treated? If I say, no, I don't want to be treated like that, and that public servant is guilty, that true bill stands as probable cause for corruption. So when the grand jury is called by the state, and you go into this, I was on one once, I was in this 10 by 10 room with 24 other people, 25 other people, and the prosecutor comes in, he starts talking official and telling us our job. And a minute later, the door knocks and he goes out and comes back and says, okay, you're dismissed. The guy copped a plea. Instead of years, he's going for months. I said, okay, well, the grand jury was here to decide who's guilty of what or who's innocent of what. And I saw
that's actually not really what a grand jury is there for. A grand jury is not there to
probable cause. They're there for.
Yeah, but they're not there. You said that they were there to issue a verdict. They're there to issue an indictment if probable cause exists.
Or a presentment. Yeah, but then
well, actually, it's the members of the grand jury who are supposed to bring presentments to each other whenever they find something that could be criminal going on. They're to go and investigate by themselves, and the presentment is the grand jury investigation where they can start issuing subpoenas and having testimony placed upon the record of the grand jury. And Angela, sorry, grand juries are anonymous 100% of the time, and the
Yeah,
reason
I know
is,
they are. I get
yeah,
that, but I was just talking about your regular jury when you go into a jury trial. Why would they? I just come across this the other day, so I was just curious to why would they want to do that? Like, what would be the
right.
reasoning behind that?
So
I had never heard of it.
Kathleen, one of the things is that you can't start off with a grand jury for that process. When a judicial officer violates your rights, when a clerk violates your rights, basically the way that you're supposed to control them in law is by an extraordinary writ. Okay. And so when you get an extraordinary writ, what you do is you go and you sue. It's a collateral attack. You're suing not the judicial officer, but you're suing what they did, right? Because, for instance, like with Oracle got thrown into a jail because effectively she was testifying about actual fraud that nobody in the courthouse wanted on a court of record. Okay. Well, it's not lawful for a judicial officer to do that. And because it's not lawful for them to do that, they cannot do that action and say that they are acting as a judicial officer at the same time. Okay. So what you're doing is you're suing and you're saying at that moment in time, he was not acting as a judicial officer, which makes everything else have no force and effect in law. Right. And once you have a really serious violation like what Tyler Ray has, it kind of goes to a different level, because at this point there's so much evidence against him that he's not given the presumption of the benefit of the doubt, right? Like he is not given any word. Fritz Mercer could have said, oh, well, the power of attorney wasn't certified, it wasn't on the record, it wasn't properly before me. But Fritz Mercer in law has a duty, looking through the record. And he said, I have looked through the record for 2 days, right? He had to have come across that power of attorney. He would have a duty to say, hey, it looks like you have a power of attorney here. Do you have a certified copy for me so that I can recognize you before the court?
Right.
Because he's there to protect your rights, right? Like attorneys are all at law, right? You go to an attorney and the attorney's at law. A judge acts in law. And this is why when 2 attorneys are before them, they don't have to do anything lawful, right? And that's how the game's played. That's how they administrate everybody amongst themselves. So, but when
They're
you're a
playing
man, when you're a
Monopoly with
woman,
you as the piece. That's why you go to jail and they don't.
when you're a man or a woman, you're supposed to have rights. They're supposed to protect them.
Yeah.
How are people supposed to know this? They don't teach this in school or anything. Like, before going into the court, like, how are you supposed to protect yourself if you don't know to do all that?
Well, I mean, they used to teach it in civics, but they traded that for social studies.
Right.
Social engineering.
Yeah,
exactly.
Engineering, yeah.
Exactly. So now it's going to kind of be up for people.
Yeah.
So when we have a beef with our public servants and we know that we can't get to the grand jury of the county because those are occupied by the prosecutor only, then we have to become the grand jury. And that's what the assemblies are going to be doing once we show how it worked. But at Judge Breslow, who has Roger locked in there 23 hours a day, the case that Angie put together, if I thought there was a chance for us to arrest them instead of going through the rest of the process, I think we would be doing that. Or if we thought there was. But I don't see a way to evoke the sheriff's authority while he's working for them. And looks like the only way to squelch the enthusiasm to hurt people is to shut them down with their pocket. Let him think about something else for a while.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, before you even get there, you have to get it established upon a fact, upon a record of a court. that what they did, they could not be doing in that capacity. Otherwise, they're going to have absolute immunity.
Please help me hear that again.
Like basically, it doesn't matter what you do until you get facts upon a record of a court until you get the right to go into a court and make an accusation like, hey, they locked me up when I had a right to be before the court so that they could rob my dad, right? You have the right to go in, and because a judicial officer can't do that. A judicial officer, a real judge in law, cannot beat one party up and then take $300,000 from one defendant in the case and give it to another defendant in the case. Like there's nowhere in law anywhere where that's acceptable or that's okay. There's no situation that you could think of where that would actually work. So, hey, now I have my facts. I got my story put together. Now all I need to do is get before a court of law, right? Which is a jury, and explain to them, because everybody knows this law, right? It's not something that's real hard. It's not something that's real complex. Everybody knows that you do not beat up other people and take little old men's property that used to be a veteran for this country, or that's a veteran for this country, right? Like nobody had to teach you that.
Well, I have a question. So what if hypothetically that, you're saying we can't get our facts upon the record. What if you find that the judge unknowingly put that fact on the record by, practicing, law from the bench and moving the court the way he does, and then like omitting things? Because I could swear that the judge has done that in this case.
Well,
he's put facts on the record unknowingly.
The thing is the only way that they can get away with doing what they did to Oracle is if the sheriff's in on it, the district attorney's in on it, the judicial officers in on it. They all have to be in on it, because we live in a system, and the reason why our American system of law is so good at stopping corruption, at stopping these bad things that the government does, is because we all got to watch each other.
Well,
right.
That's what I'm saying. Like this judge, like this video I was putting together, he says he does not have jurisdiction, and then goes on 10 minutes later to say that Roger's crazy because he thinks that we don't have jurisdiction, but he just said it like they didn't have the jurisdiction. So basically he just put like some of the facts on the record for him.
Touche.
And how I'm seeing it, like in a way. I mean, you could kind of see it like that.
Well, okay, and then is he exercising jurisdiction? He says he doesn't have jurisdiction.
Yeah, well, yeah, he took. They work. Yeah,
then you have to go sue him.
Yeah.
Right. You have to take it to the next court up.
But sue him.
You have to take it in a declaration for a writ of some kind. I don't know what you wish for him to do or stop doing, but if he says that he doesn't have jurisdiction on the record of the court, make sure you got a certified
my record on there for me. That's how I would look at that.
Do what?
I would look at it like he just got that fact on the record for me unknowingly.
Yeah, but you still have to show it in a transcript.
Right. Like,
you still have to show it in some sort of record that's certified that the court's going to take.
See, and that's, they just pick and choose.
Well, and the thing is like with Oracle's thing, they certify it and they don't accept it, or they certify it and they destroy it, or they certify it and they take.
Why do we have to accept that? That's what I don't know. Why do we have to accept that they're doing that? Like, why do we have to just sit down and accept that?
Well, I mean,
I'm not saying to be like tyrannical and go against the government and go against the law, because I don't feel that way. But why do we have to accept all these wrong things that they're doing to us?
Well, you don't, and the only way that they can do it is because people don't stop them.
Yep.
You know.
But when you feel like, okay, I'm going to stop them, then it's like impossible. I mean, there's got to be some give and take somewhere in this relationship with the courts, because
So when you say common law grand jury, that's the same thing as the people's grand jury, right? Common law is simple. We don't hurt people, or we atone. And when we have discernment to see that happening, we make a determination that there's probable cause of corruption. And
Yeah,
then if we process it and do the public notice of it, then we can be also the petit jury that determines, yes, now they're guilty. But
And
in public,
we're talking about babies being taken and things happening to babies. Like, I mean, is there law when they're doing that? There is no more law, like when they're stealing children and harming them.
Congress condoned it. They put the legislature together.
And
they allowed it.
I'm just
what does that say if Congress condoned it?
That they make them plenty of money from it.
Condoned it. The American people themselves gave the energy to Congress and allowed them to do that. Any way you want to cut it up.
So can't we just take that energy back? Can't we just be like, nah, I changed my mind?
With the grand juries.
Education.
On what?
Only through education.
Becoming the grand jury.
Of course we can take it back. Look, I agree with you wholeheartedly. If we got a real common law grand jury, and the people's grand jury is a common law grand jury, okay, but there are necessary steps that have to happen, and it hasn't been in place so long.
Yeah, we have to come into agreement. That's how necessary.
Yeah, but you have to come into agreement with the other side, right? Like you have to come into agreement with the people down at the courthouse. Otherwise,
observe the record that already exists, and we looked at it together. All of us did.
And what I'm saying is that that's great. And if you could get that record before a judicial witness for any state in an open court proceeding of that state, and you could verify those facts upon the record, right? Once you do that, now you have something, because they can issue something you can go and execute. They can issue something that will substantively or materially affect your rights one way or another.
Because there's some judge up there that really wants to stop getting that money from those lower courts.
What do you mean?
You say go up there to some fancy judicial place, and I've been through there. I see their character. I see the way they look at people like they're a piece of meat. And you don't have anything left, we're done with you. Go. There's no integrity up there.
I'm just
all corporate for profit.
I'm just saying that I have personally witnessed things that you would probably find unbelievable. I have witnessed the court uphold the law many, many times. I've witnessed
in Child Protective Services being a profitable corporation and the state getting their money for it. There's no way to stop it if we don't become that agreement.
Like, we shouldn't even allow that to exist.
That can't keep existing. You have to stop that.
The thing is that the only way you're going to stop it peacefully is through political will. And the only way to really stop it, the way to get people to find it in their interest to agree with you on stopping it is by education.
How many parents do you think need more education? That shouldn't have happened, and what are we going to do about it is the only answer. There's enough people.
It's actually not even the parents that I think need the education. The real problem is the only people who are really complaining, the only people who are really ready to take action are the people who are being affected. What it has to do is it has to affect, like, people have to see their interest in protecting and preserving law down at the courthouse.
So,
and if the general of people do not see their interest in protecting rights, like your right to file documents and have the government keep an accurate record and do their job for you.
Because I don't want to see Joni not be able to file her documents anymore and not be able to keep her records in her file. Like that, I don't want to see my friend go through that stress. So why do we have to keep allowing? Like, I understand, like, I get what everybody's just saying, but I just keep going back to, but why? Like, why is it gotta be? I mean, can't we just
Satan? It's all Satan.
Here you go.
This is the whole idea with trying to get the public, trying to get the media.
So if a grand jury is done in secret,
to answer whether they're interested or not. Okay, the court of public opinion is the highest court of law
Yes.
that we have in this country. Just look at Bob Jones. You know, they had a ruling against them about paying taxes back in like 1978 because they wouldn't get rid of their segregation policy. And they so believed this that they gave up their tax status, they paid taxes, and in 2003, and the Supreme Court ruled against them, the Supreme Court of the United States. And in 2003, I think, when Bush was making his rounds for the primary, right, like to get the election started, he stopped at Bob Jones, and because there was national attention on it, they changed their policy of segregation in like 24 hours. Okay, so
we talked about that.
An order from the Supreme Court of the United States could not coerce this religious organization in altering their beliefs, but the judgment from the community, from the country, within 24 hours got them to change their policy. And that's the difference between law and administration.
Are you saying that people were protesting at the courthouse or writing letters or making phone calls, or how do you think that the public is known? How is the public voice known in your view?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that when George Bush went down there for a debate or for a lecture or a talk or something, I don't remember what was going on, but you know, the media started going with it, and everybody started talking about how backwards Bob Jones is for having this outdated policy, and even people who associated with them were kind of wanting to back off because of the media attention, because of the way that it was viewed, which is why, you know, their public relations, which is why they came out within 24 hours to say, okay, hey, we're going to change that policy. We're going to say it's a bad policy.
So the grand jury is a cross section of the public, is the way it's supposed to be said, right? When the county, in the name of the state, calls a grand jury, those people are not known to the public, but they are known to each other, and they're there to view the evidence, find the facts, and make their determination. Is there or is there not probable cause? So those are common people, but they're called by the state, and now they're run by the prosecutor. So when we come together, 25. Wait! I'm just laying the groundwork for this question for you. Is that when the common law? Okay, it's a fancy thing that we have to understand, and it's silly and dangerous. Whatever. The people in agreement is what the common law of the people's or the state jury is, coming to agreement. 25 of us saying that we don't want CPS in this county to take our children anymore. And that's public opinion. There's probable cause that they're taking the children and they shouldn't be, and they're getting paid for it and they shouldn't be, and it's destroying families. That's commonly known. And for us to say we don't want that anymore is public opinion when we agree to it. And there's 25 parents in that county, in Angie's county, who have had their children taken, and that's public opinion. When we write it down and say, and file it so it's public record, a historical public document in the court record. Yes, we're doing this, and you don't get to go to work anymore. And we're putting liens on their properties, assets, and accounts, and freezing the CAFR to stop them, because there's no judge that's going to stop them. And we have to be the jury, because the judges are all corporate, the attorneys are all corporate, and corporates have to make a profit or they fail. Now they're just capitalizing on the people. People don't have any more money to give them, so now they're taking the seniors and the children. And this is evil. We have to come to agreement to stop it in each target of the county.
John, you've told me for so long now that the law is very simple and it's on your heart and it's a very simple thing. So if law is so simple, why is this issue so hard to like make right? If law is just...
It's because they filled your head with BS statute and administrative beliefs your whole life. So everybody thinks law means code this, code that.
Yeah. So
but like he says, it's on your heart. It's not in a statute. You know, you go in these administrative courts, especially family courts, that's about as administrative and BS as it gets. They don't allow witnesses in there. You can't bring any, I mean, grandma and grandpa can't even come in there because they don't have standing. How can they not have standing? It's their posterity.
Because they're not corporate.
Well, no, it's just because it's administrative. And whenever you try to access or control an administrative record, that's like if,
What
the
record?
separation of powers.
Administrative and record going together?
Right.
I just want a
Exactly.
simple answer, I guess.
We talk about the separation of, well, they talk about the separation of powers. Really, it's the separation of liability.
Yeah.
That's like trying to go to, a parent.
Administration is taking care of the records, as filing the records and serving the records. That's internal policy, but forcing a policy on people to say, oh yeah, if they come to your door, you have to let them take your children, or the police will come in and tackle you and put you in the nut house. No, that's not, that is a policy of theirs. And that's what we have allowed until enough of us, like you, Jonathan, and I'm sorry, but I don't know your name. Is that Oracle?
Yes. Monarch.
Monarch.
Oracle, I'm sorry. Yes, that's you.
Monarch?
Mm-hmm. And Monarch.
Yes.
Yes.
So when the 5 of us that are here, we come to an agreement to say that we don't want this to happen again. No more child in this county. And then we file those papers and we look at those people and tell them they've either fixed what they're doing. They have the authority of the federal government. Okay, because they're getting money from them on the back channel. But we people living here where we are not going to allow it anymore can freeze those accounts and say, that money no longer goes to take the children. We're using it to nurture the children. But we have to do it in agreement with the fortitude to stand there and look at them in the eye together. So, because that's a First Amendment. We don't want this to get to a Second Amendment, do we? Because that's why it's written there.
Well,
the First Amendment is to speak it into real, and the second in case they don't listen. But then hitting them in the pocket is better than.
I don't operate under amendments. The law is on my heart. It's between me and our Creator. And unfortunately, the sad part is it's going to have to be more than the 4 of us agreeing. You're going to have to bump those numbers up. You're going to need the 25 per head in the court, not the significant 25. You're going to need at least as many as you can get per head in that courthouse. And that's every case, not just this case, that case. I'm going to try to file on your record, play your game. No, you guys need to all be together and all show up for every incident.
Well, I mean, if that's what we got to do.
No, we want there to be one incident that says, hey, don't do this anymore.
Hey,
but you're trying to access their record.
Wait. Let me just jump in here real quick with a part of the whole grand jury. And I agree with you. A true grand jury can never be ran by the government, because the whole idea of the grand jury is to investigate government and corporate officers. So with that being said, if people really understood it, you were talking about a grand jury and talking about just 25 people coming together. There's a lot more to it than that. The idea of a grand jury is that the idea of 25 people being on a grand jury specifically is that everybody has a day a month that they can just sit down at the courthouse and watch it. And everybody, if they know the general basics of law, has a very basic understanding. They should be able to see something, the unlawfulness and say Oracle getting carried away and abducted so that they could rob her dad of $300,000.
Where did that come from? Where did that come from? Why is there 25 so one person a day can sit down there? Where does that come from?
What do you mean, where does that come from?
The principle of the grand jury, you're saying, is so 25, the number of 25 is so that you can have one person a day sitting there watching the courthouse.
The number of 25 comes from the Magna Carta, so that's easy. The idea that it's for them to sit down at the courthouse comes from common sense. It comes from reading a whole lot of case law and seeing how the grand jury developed and what type of cases that they used to bring.
Can you say
what type of cases they bring
where
now.
Case law came from?
Do what?
Can you say where case law came from?
Or which type of case law?
What are you talking about? Is there more than one kind? It's the way the judge's opinions.
Okay, yeah. Actually, I'm glad that you brought this up because I actually I pulled this stuff up a while ago when you were talking about common law, and then we kind of got onto something else. But I was just going to share this with you. uncommon law, like if you go to Webster's 1828 dictionary, which is really, really good because when it has definitions of words, this was before any legal dictionary was really written and published. So it has the words like what they mean in English and then the words what they mean in law. And if you look up the word law, down at number 11, definition 11, it talks about the unwritten or common law. I believe this is what you're referring to as case law. Okay.
No. It is not.
Wait just a second. Unwritten or common law, a rule of action which derives its authority from long usage or established customs, which has been immemorially received and recognized by judicial tribunals. As this law can be traced in no positive statutes, its rules or principles are to be found only in the records of the courts and in the reports of judicial decisions. If you go to the word common in the Webster's 1828 dictionary, it has a very different definition of common law. Common law in Great Britain and the United States, the unwritten law, the law that receives its binding force from immemorial usage and universal reception. So it receives its binding force from immemorial usage and universal reception. And that means it can't change. In distinction from the written or statute law, that body of rules, principles, and customs which have been received from our ancestors and by which courts have been governed in their judicial decisions. See, only this law governs them in judicial decisions, which means if they make decisions outside of this law, they are not judicial, right? They're administrative. The evidence of this law is to be found in the reports of those decisions and the records of those courts. Only the evidence is to be found, not the law itself, which is why you have to come with a common sense conclusion to the law, right? And this is where I'm saying, like, I come to this conclusion about they were put there to investigate government officers and court corruption because I've investigated it and read the case law. And, you know, these are the types of cases that would come as cases that were corrupt to the court, right? That were committing some type of legal fraud in a lot of ways. You know, because if it was anything else, if it was something where like I punch you in the face, well, I just go, or you would just go in there and swear out a warrant against me, swear out an indictment against me. You got a first person with firsthand knowledge of the facts. Maybe you have some witnesses and you can really cement my conviction, right? But that's kind of the way it goes. And then some of these rules may have originated in edicts or statutes which are now lost, or in the terms and conditions of particular grants or charters. So see, some of this came from people fighting for their rights and getting in contracts with their overlords, and that would be like terms and conditions of particular grants or charters, or that they came through edicts or statutes. So like coming through statutes would be like Pleadings and English Act, right? Like after the Pleadings and English Act expired, the legislature didn't have to write a statute saying to respect people's right to understand the proceedings. It was just ingrained in the common law. And the reason it was ingrained in the common law is because of this last part right here. But it is most probable that many of them originated in judicial decisions founded on natural justice and equity or on local customs, which means the only judicial decisions that you can find are found on natural justice and equity or on the local customs. Okay, and this is what real common law is. This is going under due process of law. When I particularly speak of case law, I'm speaking of the evidence found in the records of those courts that have governed judicial decisions since time immemorial.
And with that, maybe speak the difference between case law and the law of the case.
The law of the case is really simple. So what they tell attorneys is that the law of the case is where the case law actually writes down what the law is, kind of like what I was telling you the other day, Ange, is, you know, Stanley versus Illinois. The law of the case that they would have recognized was that your right to rear your children is more sacred than your right to property since time immemorial in our society. But that's not really what the law of the case is. The law of the case, in fact, the way it is in law, and not what they've turned it into to confuse people for generations. But the law of the case in Oracle's case is that Josephine committed trust fraud and actual fraud, and it perpetuated first with breach of fiduciary duty and constructive fraud, and kept on rolling and snowballing as evils typically do when they don't only go unchecked, but they're rewarded. Right. Yeah. So that would be the law of that case because it's particular to that case. That is the law that Oracle is asserting and claiming and exercising. And that's what she wishes the courts to answer in law. Right. Like maybe she's completely crazy. Maybe she has it all wrong. Let's just get the witnesses in here. Let's get a jury. Let's find out the facts and let's see what the law has to say about it.
So give me the best scenario that could happen with what you guys are doing on this case. Like the best scenario, if everything goes right, like say everything's running smoothly, what is the best outcome that you could expect?
Well, the 100% idealistic, I would be Peter Pan in paradise, and my little boy dreams would be we get the media's attention. We get the media on this. Then we go and take this case to the appellate court with an original action, having original jurisdiction, so that we can place facts upon the record of the court and see if we can't get them to offer a true and lawful judgment. And with the case that I believe that we can bring, because we're going to make the accusation that they are running a RICO conspiracy with all of the elements met, like boom, 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 and they can show up and contest it, which probably wouldn't be smart because when you're committing criminal acts, you do have the right to remain silent, and we can't charge them for nothing except civil liability, right? And we can't even really charge them for that yet. There would still be another process, and that process would be having the North Carolina State Court of Appeals issue an order that the state government recognize the convention of a grand jury, and then recognizing the subpoena power so that we could investigate that courthouse and prove the accusation beyond any shadow of a doubt.
But aren't we pretty much certain almost that there's a RICO going on in every courthouse in America? Like,
there's a what going on? Sorry.
There's RICO going on in like every courthouse in America.
No, I don't think that we're certain on that. I would say that it's really, really prevalent. There's probably more than anybody would wish to admit to, but I have been in and out of courts across the country for a really long time. And so there are courthouses that absolutely follow the law.
Give me one courthouse that does that. I just want to know.
That does what?
Hey, maybe that's none of your business.
Oh yeah, it's not my business.
I say it all the time.
He's our optimist.
I have never ever seen a state of South Carolina violate the law except against me. Not
except
one.
For against you?
Except for against me. Anytime that I've helped somebody go into court down here, anytime I've talked with them about what to say, as soon as they, start seeing where it's going, they always do the honorable thing and say, all right, just go on.
I wish I could have seen that.
So, Oracle was talking to you about, her friend. Her friend, they upheld the law for her as soon as everything was over and she got her son back, her little sunshine. They said, hey, 50-50, don't come back here, and that's the law. You can't ask for more.
Yeah, me and Monarch wish they would have done that for us, huh? Like it, I just have a bad taste from what they've done. And I'm like,
that's administration.
How to fix it.
So,
yeah, well, I got a different view on that, but I'll keep the feds off the call,
Well,
But one why don't you touch real quick? You said the appellate court, but it's not going to be an appeal action, right?
Yeah, it's a.
I had to clarify that because I was like, well, it doesn't. Do they only do appeals? Because I didn't know. Like I thought that was just the only kind of cases they handled.
Yeah, you know, the appeal is really the administrative form of remedies for you know, for actions like a writ, right? And they've really changed things around. The whole reason they've done this is for the legal society to be able to charge and get more money and keep the parties on the hamster wheel as long as they're willing to fight against each other. You know, just look at like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. It's like Johnny Depp spends an obscene amount of money. Amber Heard spends, I thought, like $5 million defending it. And then Johnny gets a judgment for $10 million. And then Amber comes back and spends another obscene amount of money trying to get that relieved, right? Trying to go to the appellate court to say, hey, you know, fine that I don't actually have to pay this. And if the appellate court found that, then Johnny could appeal it again, right? And if it was found that they were denied some type of process of law or the jury, you know, was tainted in some manner, then they'd have to go back and go through the whole process over again.
Right.
How is that not just made for making money, right? Like back at the turn of the 20th century, I was telling you this the other day, it was statutorily written how much money the legal society could make off of every case. And that was to keep the cases really short.
I have a question for you, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Where do you come up with they have to have permission to become a grand jury?
They don't have to have a permission to become a grand jury. Historically, they have never had to ask to have permission. But historically, when they wish to convene and execute their judgments and they didn't have permission, they did it at the point of a sword. That's kind of how the whole idea came about with the Magna Carta. That's exactly what they did to King John, is they said, hey, you either give us permission or we're going to kill you. And that's why the Pope turned around and nullified the Magna Carta, saying that it wasn't true in law because, well, by all accounts, he was under duress, right? Like, you got to uphold the law on that one. Anyways, King John, you know, did not uphold the law, and they lay siege to his castle until he died from dysentery because people were too afraid to throw the crap over the castle walls, right? And so the thing is that I'm with you. I don't wish to see it get there. I don't wish to see it get really
peaceful.
Yeah, I don't wish to see it get really violent, and it's really obvious that that's where we're going. So, you know, the state has not recognized, no state in the United States has recognized the common law grand jury since 1865.
Well, they're democracy. They're corporate democracy.
No, that was later, okay?
Well, no, I'm saying now they don't recognize anything because they're corporate, profitable, and using us for that purpose.
Yeah, well, no, they don't recognize anything because ultimately the devil's in control of the world right now, right? And that's going to be true until the Creator's children, till the star children who have light, like actually start shining their light, participating with their light in the world.
Well,
right?
where are they?
That's what we are as a grand jury. Telling the truth, witnessing to what's real.
I don't think you could really ever say that about any group of people. If you just look at what's going on,
if we dispel the darkness,
what happened with the Proud Boys, almost for sure, certainly, whenever you get setting up a real grand jury that's recognized by the state, it's probably going to be infiltrated by intelligence services.
Well,
you know,
why do we have to recognize their sham court?
Thank you.
You're not okay. First off, is that's the de facto court in our society. Okay,
Yeah.
So that's the first thing right there. And the court that we're trying to recognize, the real thing that we're trying to get out there for everybody, is that court of public opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's the court that they recognize it, and you're trying to get them to recognize the court of public opinion, and the public wishes to speak on this issue so that the court will recognize the lawful authority. Otherwise, if we don't get this done, it's going to end up in people shooting on the street. This is going to get settled in the streets one way or another.
How many people does it take to make that court of public opinion? Like, how many people do you need before you can say that?
Well, the first thing we got to have is we got to have everybody calling these news agencies, and the moment that they pick it up, that court of public opinion is open, baby.
So our
because we already got the next stories, right? We already got the next things to go down the line. We already got the next product to sell.
But it lays in the hands with the media. So why, since so many people are becoming the media, why can't we just be the media?
You did.
All right.
Putting that video together.
I would love for people to be the media. I feel like I'm a
you know what I'm
that,
saying? Like,
right?
I mean, we're just battling so much evil. How do you find a solution to the evil that we're battling?
And if people wish to share this, that's what I highly encourage, is that people share this. They talk about it with each other. They don't just post it, because this is getting shadow banned like nobody's business.
Yeah.
You give it to people individually. You ask them to watch it. You ask to talk with them about it afterwards.
Yeah. Well,
because these are serious
an important case, and people should be talking about Joni's case.
Well, and the important thing is that they're blatantly saying that you don't have any rights anymore. Yeah. And the only way we can get to 2030 with you owning nothing and being happy is by taking away the rule of law.
Yeah.
That's the only way it works. You keep that one thing, we'll be good for 2030. And anyways, with that, I'm actually getting really, really tired. I've been working on this for a while. I'm going to do Marland.
One last question.
One more picking in the brain.
Please, just one more. When the Magna Carta separated us from England and we came here fresh, we didn't bring case law with us. There was no case law for America until they became corporate and allowed the esquires to come in and bring the Roman Catholic law that England had, and now we're all sunk under it. So why would we want to rely on the case law from shepherdizing and analyzing? And we know what hurts and what doesn't. There's no law allowing somebody to hurt somebody else, except if we buy into the corporate limited liability or immunities, which they don't have if they don't have good behavior. If they're hurting people, they don't have good behavior. Why would we rely on case law based on that fact, please?
Well, I don't understand the question. I'm not.
Magna Carta. The Magna Carta doesn't have case law, and also
Magna Carta. Look, one of the reasons I love what's his name's commentaries, Blackstone's commentaries on the laws of England, is because those were published between like 1772 and 1776 or 1778. Anyways, it's a really, really good comprehensive, here's how the laws of England worked, here's the things that apply, here are the principles that apply. Guess how many case laws he quoted?
2.
None.
I don't know. I'm just taking a guess.
Okay, but there's a lot of case law precedent. And again, I think you're talking about the case law from Webster's 1828 dictionary under the law section, and I'm talking about it from under the common section, right? And so that's kind of the difference. But the way that case law precedent, it wasn't decided by a judge, and that's true and false at the same time. See, the case law precedent and real law came from judicial officers trying to philosophically discern why a jury came to the decision that they made in a case. Okay. And whatever that philosophical idea is that led them to the right decision. Okay. If that kept happening time and time and time again, it was considered precedent. It was considered law. Okay. And so the most fundamental precedent that I could possibly share with you on this idea, there's a whole lot of what I would call case law on it. okay, that goes back from time immemorial. And what it is that for any action to have any type of teeth in law, in court, it has to be verified. And no matter who I was helping, CPS, divorce, corporate attorney, lease, breaking of a lease agreement, I don't care what it was, you never had a verified complaint. Almost 98% of the time, you can ask Oracle. When I first met her, I go and I'm like, hey, because they're telling me about these 8 different cases going on. And I'm like, what's the next one? Just give me that one. And they're like, well, we have a hearing in this 867 file, in about 2 weeks or something, 3 weeks. And I was like, okay, let me look at that. I look at it for 5 seconds. I look at her brother. I go, there's nothing else to this. You're telling me this is a true and accurate record. And he's like, yeah. And I knew that it looked like what I wanted it to look like. I just wanted to make sure nothing else was attached to it. And I go, this is a false claim. You know what I mean? And they're like, what do you mean we can, get it thrown out? And I'm like, there's no lawsuit to throw out.
Well, like kind of like with that TOR, like you knew right away that wasn't a lawful TOR when they came to my door. I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known, except for I just wouldn't let him take my kid, but I wouldn't have known the difference by looking.
I mean, the difference between what you did and what I would have advised somebody to do over the phone a couple of years ago was that you let them in the house. I thought that was very, very nice of you. But that's the only difference, really, right?
Right.
That's what I said I always loved about you, is that you just have this way of going and doing this without any instruction. You just know it from your heart. And that's where the true law, that's where the true authority comes from. And until people figure out that light inside themselves, when they're trying to get illuminated by society, then they're always going to project darker, evil light. And until people start projecting truth and presentness, the present is a gift that God gave you, which is why happy happens, right? And people got to start thinking about it. They got to quit awaking in the morning, because morning's something you're supposed to do. When you go to awake, people have their words backwards and they cast spells on themselves.
Yeah, they do. They have us all backwards. All 5 of our senses are going backwards.
So with that, Angela, thank you. I can't tell you how much I loved your animation, and that whole thing with Saturn robbing Earth was hilarious.
Yeah, I just thought it was fitting.
And the magnet out of it.
I just thought it was fitting for the time. I've been holding on to that one, but I thought tonight was the night to bust that one out.
Well, it's awesome.
Yeah. So let me just say thank you for having us on the show, Angie. Thank you, Kathleen. It was good to dialogue with you. John, thanks again for the last video you did. Monarch. I just want to thank you. All the graphics also that you do, and
Monarch did my Indian, by the way.
Oh, which is gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah. My Indian girl.
Yeah, it's just so beautiful. And we love your
Ange and Oracle love my anime.
Well, Monarch, thanks for coming out here. I was real worried you weren't going to make it.
And Kathleen, thank you for coming on. Do you want to stay live and show Rogers and Stewart's video?
Sure.
While we're streaming.
Yeah, we'll do that.
That case, because that's another case just like Joni's. It's I can't believe the similarities between the two cases. It's crazy.
Does Jonathan know about U.S. versus Williams?
I'm sure.
Okay.
Not off the top of my head, but
I can't say. I can't speak for him though. He knows everything to me. He knows it all.
I can almost.
Yes, he knows that.
It's really, really interesting, because when they make their administrative case law, the judges have linguistic gymnastics. Okay, so like the Terry's a really, really good one. The Terry stop. And if you read the case law really, really accurately, it's only to people that they can administrate. They're completely in law with what they're talking about.
So Justice Scalia made a majority opinion for that case about the grand jury, that why are there no written rules about the grand jury? It's because it's superior to the other three branches and the people will find the way to do it. They are not supposed to be dictated about how to do it. There's no judge, no court, no rules, no statutes, no prosecutor that has anything to say to the grand jury.
Yeah, I mean, I know what I know about the grand jury by reading way too many of Justice Scalia's opinions on the grand jury, and the
So
ones that I like the most are the dissenting opinions. Right.
So the permission comes from there?
No, the permission comes from the people. Okay, which is why the people are going to have to enforce the court of public opinion on the state courts, in my opinion. And the only reason I have come to that logical conclusion that I'm trying to push this idea is because I see it as the only peaceful way out of this situation for my son.
Exactly.
Like it's not going to be long before people are knocking on your doors and they're already locking people up for no reason. They've already locked me up for not driving when I wasn't
not driving without a driver's license.
Right. And they suspended my license and didn't tell me because I didn't show up to court, and I have video and audio of me showing up to court. You've seen me here. Like, do you ever think I would take the opportunity to miss court? Everybody else is like, oh, this isn't gonna be fun, and I'm like, where's the guy who's got a claim against me? I just want to talk to the man who's got a claim against me. Let's get this process started. I am excited.
Yeah, they broke my neck and my back for asking that question.
So
in the grand jury,
and when you look at it, like the people keep looking to the state for permission to be the people.
You get incidents like January 6th, right? Where they invite you in and say, "Oh, come on and be the people. Come on in," and then you disappear.
Yeah, right.
Well, and
they wouldn't do that if there was 10 million people there, or 5 million people.
Yeah, that's true.
That's right. There's strength in numbers for sure.
So we just got to keep trying to pull people and pull people and pull people
to get involved, that participate, get involved.
Well, here's one way to get involved. People can call these news stations.
And
ask them to cover this story.
Yes, thank you. That's right. There's four numbers that have been there on the screen. If all of you, as soon as possible, and keep calling those numbers and let them know you want to hear this story. You want them to report on it. You want to know what's really happening, what's going on, and for them to put their investigative reporters on it. Because this will help everybody. As John said earlier, and a lot of people don't really get this, but the courts are open 24/7. The courts are public, and those documents in there, everyone should have public access to them. And when they're tampered with, that absolutely messes with not only your case, but with the public's ability to find out the truth of what's really happening. It's a very dangerous and precarious, nefarious situation we're in now.
But can't we just become our own reporters and our own journalists and go and report on these stories? Like, couldn't I just come in there and report on it?
We are.
You can if you can access more people. If you can access more people than the fake stream media, then by all means.
In essence, what Angela's done is put the public pettit jury in that video. So we delivered a presentment true bill from the grand jury to Judge Breslow and Steggy, the district attorney. We delivered it to them privately, giving them the opportunity as a real living man to fix what they've broken, and they ignored it. We thought they would. So we altered it so that it would now address the county commissioners. And when we got to the county commissioners, it was read into the docket, it was served personally, and it was emailed to their offices. It was emailed to Breslow and Steggy, and also hand-delivered too, on a recording of a phone. So we found out that the commissioner one of the commissioners in charge of the budget doesn't have a bond or oath, and neither does Breslow. So based on that, now we put all of their evidence out there on the video that Angela's about to show. And that is, in essence, all of the exculpatory evidence that was refused. So this is actually his petit jury, and the public can view it, but having it live where the public can vote was Angela's and my idea of a good time, to make a public trial on the public, present the truth into the public social media, like this one, have the theater where we are asking the people to vote. The peanut gallery can come into the jury box and vote.
Well,
Well,
Angela,
one of the
thanks
things
for
we learned.
inviting me out. I'm really, really tired. I'm gonna hop out
Good
here.
night,
It's
John.
getting pretty
I'll
late.
talk to you in just a few minutes.
Good night.
One of the things we learned from Hendersonville, North Carolina, when a number of us were moving finally aggressively in trying to remove the district attorney, is because you mentioned earlier about the media and the press and all. So the interesting thing was the Bar Association made it clear that they were not interested whether or not the law was broken. It was whether or not the appearance of it. And the second thing was when Valerie, when we were covering and did interviews with Valerie Owenby, and the part that was played with the district attorney in letting a pedophile go after he molested this girl for 6 years. They made it clear in the court that the only ones that could report and videotape on this part was one specific TV station. So it's like, what a crazy thing that they
There's
told
something in
everybody else had to turn their cameras off, and no other TV reporting was permitted to report or videotape on that particular testimony, which is insane.
That's what they're doing to this case. She did.
There's something in that, because they were asking the prosecuting attorney didn't want to be on the his face on the camera, and he asked the judge if a certain news station could be the only one to film.
Yeah.
So there is something behind that.
So this is the problem that we're having, which is why we keep saying the public must get involved. If there are enough people, like in the Greg Newman case, if there are enough people that show up in court, enough people participate, enough people say enough is enough, we're not standing for this, and do your job, then they're more concerned with as John says, popular opinion, what people think of them, because everybody wants to get voted in. I mean, this is a real cushy job, the money they keep making and the money that they retire
with.
Is. And so they get really scared, thinking, well, if anything comes out, they're not going to be voted in again. So that's why it's important to keep at this and getting more of the public involved. But I've got that court date on Tuesday, and I've got to talk to John about some of those details, and I've got to pull up some of the research and documents for it. So I want to thank you again.
Thank you for coming on. I'll definitely make these phone calls in the morning.
I'll
call them. I will. I'll call them. I'll see if I can get some more people to call too. I'll keep pushing this flyer for you.
Thank you. Yeah,
good to talk with you. God bless.
It's going to help us all in the end.
It'll help us all. That's right, all of us. Yes. And I'm asking people to keep on calling and invite other people to keep calling, because it only takes a few seconds, and keep calling until we actually see it in the news, because this helps not just me, and in this case, it is helping everybody's rights to be secured.
That's right.
So, thanks again. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless.
Love you, Joni. Bye, Monarch.
Good night, Monarch. Bye, Kathleen.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Send me the link to this, and we'll post it everywhere that we have to be able to continue and let.
I found where the links were, so I can.
Oh, awesome. Okay, great. Looking forward to it. All right. Good night, everybody. God bless.
Good night.
God bless.
God bless.
So you want to premiere Roger and Stewart's video?
Sure, I would like that.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, real quick before I forget.
What's that,
Kathleen, is it?
Kathleen, yes.
Yeah, you mentioned something earlier about a video or something you were talking about that was a training video or something for CPS.
CPS, yeah.
Yeah. Is there any way you could get that to Ange and she could get it to me?
I have it in
Well, I mean,
my.
if you could.
I will find it. It's in my YouTube saved videos. I will look down there for it. I've got so many of them, but
Okay.
I will find it. I'll find it in the next day or so.
Awesome.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, yeah.
sometimes I like to
Sure.
watch that stuff and just get really
You
pissed
will.
off. So
You'll be enlightened. Yes, you will.
Well, all they're colluding.
Yeah, by design.
Right.
Yeah. Enough that we need to shut them down ASAP.
Yeah, Monarch, his story is terrible. Yeah. He's got a terrible story with CPS. They're assholes.
Yep. Satan.
Yeah.
Incarnate. Who hurts the children that will not be forgiven.
I just don't understand. I do understand, but I don't understand because law is supposed to be so simple. So why can't we just have a simple answer to what's going on? That just makes
it is. It's just our fortitude. It's our fortitude to stand with each other and witness to what the truth is, and then stand behind it to take the action to enforce what the law is. They can't keep the stuff they stole. They're sitting on their for their entire career preying on people. Just like those GALs.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's like, and I agree with you with that. It's kind of like, you know, you're doing far more than I ever have to remedy the problem because you reach far more people than I have. And I mean, that's really what it needs to be is when it comes down to enough people. I'm sorry. I'm in California.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, so when enough people start hearing the message and enough people start waking up, then it's going to be as simple as see a scooter, you're gone. You know.
Yeah. That's why we're doing Roger's cases is to demonstrate it how we enforce it. Yeah.
Have you heard of this case, Monarch, of the Roger and Stewart case in Nevada? I mean, it's
I don't know if I have. I probably haven't.
The guy, the son got accused of kidnapping his mother, and he went to California, and they had SWAT teams come out and shit and take him back and the mom back, and then they stole the whole trust, basically. And
they wanted
it's 4 years later, and they're still still in jail, you know.
Yeah, they stole the trust and told him that he's a co-guardian with his sister, and then she stole a bunch of money buying property and put him put the mother in the home after the father died, and Roger was trying to save her because she was bruised and dirty and hungry and strapped down. She was restrained, and he went in to rescue her after fighting the trust thing for a year, and he got charged with kidnapping.
So basically, brother and sister had co-guardianship of mom, and there was a trust, and sister colluded probably with an old folks' home to embezzle from the trust.
She went to school with the guy who manages the old folks' home.
Yeah, that was trying to set her brother up.
Yep.
We caught that in this video, like going over the video and listening to it when I was making this video, and we were just like, did we just hear that? Did I just hear that right? Like, did that just happen? Because the body cam footage from the police officer picked up this guy's his works of setting Roger up, trying to order prescriptions for this woman that wasn't even on these scripts to say that, you know, he was keeping her out from her meds, and she had like life-threatening meds. This is like the storyline they were trying to go with, but the body cam footage picked it up from the police officer being there, and we got a hold of the body cam footage, and we heard it, and it's like, holy crap. And then I heard him say that he went to school with her earlier in the video. So like these people are like telling on themselves with like not knowing. That's what I'm saying. Like, could the judge put facts on the record without even knowing he was doing it in your favor?
And the judge
happened in this case.
So it was the sister divorce attorney who was in a 20-year business relationship with the judge that actually took the trust, and then she got retired because she took too many trusts. He was actually colluding with her too to take the trust with the divorce attorney.
See, and that's RICO part you're talking about is
Yeah.
it does really require all three branches of liability, not government. But the separation of powers is more like the separation of liability. It's like, oh, that's crazy. You're a conspiracy theorist if you think the judge and some attorney and some old folks home and some sheriff were in on it. It's like, yeah, well, they all got a cut,
$10,000 a month is why the facility wanted to keep her.
Exactly.
For 3 years. $10,000 a month for 3 years.
The address is 6155 Stone Valley Drive.
Monarch, do you know where the Bellflower apartments are? In Bellflower, California, I think.
Los Angeles area.
There's a lot down there.
Yeah, that's where they went in and got him from.
Yeah. Now, when was that by chance?
Like 4 years ago. This case has been going on for a long time.
Yeah. Well, see, now the tragic thing.
Locked up more than not.
Yeah, the tragic thing about how they do business out here is now if that was a child instead of an old person, and he kidnapped a kid and ran over the border to have them gender mutilated, then he would have been totally safe. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He would have amnesty.
Wow. That's crazy.
Actually, that's not totally official. It actually, here's another attribute to the public opinion. They were trying to pass a bill, sneaky style over here, that would make this an official legislated as a amnesty state. So if you wanted to reassign your child's gender, you could kidnap them and bring them over here to do it. And the bill though was to knock it down so it was no longer a felony. It would just be like a speeding ticket if you brought a kid here.
Can you have abortions there?
Yeah, they do.
They do. You're allowed to have those still.
Yeah, but it's not as, I mean, you would think in California they got one on every street corner, but it's not as abundant as you might think.
Right.
I'm sure they get racking up plenty of numbers out of this state, but yeah, it's crazy. But here's your public opinion, though, as far as they were going to change it so it was no longer a felony to kidnap a kid and bring him over here because they wanted it to become a trafficking state. You could traffic into and be protected if you're a legislator. But enough people heard about this bill that was about to go through and they threw a shit fit, and they went, oh, yeah, no, never mind. We're not going to do that. It's still a felony. We were just
teasing. People that throw these shit fits because I want to get with them so they can throw some shit fits. Who's throwing them?
Me too.
Where are these people?
Yeah.
Because I've decided that.
Yeah, I really feel like there's a party somewhere.
And we're not
invited. I didn't get the flyer,
Like we're not the cool kids?
Yeah. Exactly.
Or is it all just made up? That's what I'm starting to wonder. I was talking about it the other day about these kids being saved, these trafficked kids. Well, are they being saved? This is really going on? Because, I advocate pretty hard. And if there was an organization where we could go save children, I would be a part of that. Or I would know somebody a part of that, I would think. And I don't. So I don't think this stuff really happens. I don't think they're saving kids. I think they're actually just trafficking them when they say they're saving them.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know, but I always come from the side of I know what the government's capable of and what they're willing and do in a standard business practice every day. So I do know that if there's kids being rescued and there was such and such agency or department that was involved, I guarantee they're more like just stepping in and saying, I want to cut of that action.
Right. Yeah.
It's like
I think these are fake. You can find reports about this trafficked kid saved almost every day, but I don't know. I just feel like if that was going on, I would be a part of it.
You are, honey. You're the biggest part of it. As soon as we get done with this grand jury for probate, we're going
really
to the
truly being
CPS.
saved. I think every one of us would be a part of it.
You know, David Straight was saying that he was the Pentagon's whatever child task force. I talked to him on the phone a couple of times, and he kept telling me, yes, I am with the pedophile task force. And then that other kid came out, the other guy came out, and he was in trouble. And when he got in trouble, David Straight said, no, there never was a pedophile task force. It was a name that made up with, what's his name, Homestead, made up the name, and there never really was a task force. And there was much debate around it that now David Straight down there in the Republic of Texas and his republic is broken apart in half because David Straight wasn't saying what was true.
Right. You have to come with truth, or then
Because I told him
There's
if there
a lot
is
of grifters.
I told him if there is a pedophile task force, I need to be on it. I want this to stop. Yeah,
that's
just
what
like
I'm saying. If there was really groups out here that were going out and saving kids, I would have found them, talked to them, been a part of them, helped them. I would have done something with them. That's why I don't think they're out there. Like they want to pretend like they are.
Right.
Well, just like I think in Maui.
Well, that's the. I was going to say that's the problem with our society is that there shouldn't even be a task force. Everybody should be the task force.
Exactly.
You know? It's like the government definitely doesn't need to be a part of it. The people need to be. Everybody needs to be the task force. When they're coming to your door and saying, "Hey, we're here for this kid, and we're here to drag away this person," there needs to be neighbors surrounding that dude in the costume and saying, I don't think so.
That's what
You're in my jurisdiction.
Like,
you know, you got no jurisdiction in my house.
Where people would go and do that, like where you could like hit on this app and like all your neighbors or all these people come and stand with you and in front of that child, because that's what it's going to take. We got.
Yes, you're right.
I mean, there's, I don't know.
A local app for the Committee of Safety.
Yeah, like, like everybody's got this app. You put this app on your phone, and if it goes off like the Amber Alert or whatever, if it goes off, somebody's in need of people there to save another kid, because they're going to keep coming for them until we stop.
I think I was in first grade when my grandmother's house had a sign called Block Home on it. It was a big orange sign, and there were a few of them in the neighborhood that if you had any problems, I think that's when perverts started getting prominent.
Yeah, like the neighborhood watch kind,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't do that stuff anymore. People don't.
Now we're talking.
Well, that's where your grand jury is. We are all the grand jury. You need to reach out and it's like maybe if you're real busy, I get it, all this stuff, but it's a thing. Go out one day a week, or 2 days if you can, and go meet one or two neighbors. Because nobody even knows the neighbors anymore.
Right.
Go meet somebody and say, hey, look, I live right over there. I see you have kids. That's great. Just so you know, you ever have a problem, let me know.
Let's make that public.
Or just, what's that?
Let's make that a thing. I love what you're saying.
I mean, yeah, you really should. It's like I've taught people, military things I've learned in the military tactics as far as recall rosters. It's like everybody should, if you have kids especially, you should have a list of people that you have memorized and that are in agreement with you, exchanging numbers, information that, hey, I have reason to believe I could be stopped and kidnapped or body taken away by a cop anytime. They like to do that. Yeah.
We all can be kidnapped at any point. Like, yeah.
Just like I stay ready for that.
So you were in the military.
But, yeah, because it's like, yeah, many years ago.
So that basic training is something that's missing in our children before they get into sex and drugs and puberty. That training that lets them run harder and stronger and climb trees bigger and wider, and give them the confidence that yes, they know what is right and what's wrong. That's something that I'm so hoping to do. My daughter lives in the Constitution town in Ohio, and it's just a small town. It's just got one intersection, but they've got so many children just hanging out, going to people's houses, just doing nothing because the adults are busy working, and the 12 to 15-year-olds, what are you doing? Nothing, looking at our phones, doing TikTok, taking videos. But it's not anything that's nurturing. And I own a piece of property an hour away from there for the purpose of bringing them out of the town where they're comfortable and bringing them into a strange environment where they have to figure out how to cope. They're out in the country. They got
absolutely.
Yeah. And with all the adaptive behavior.
So how do I get the military guys? I think the veterans would be good to keep us safe in that app if we have that the veterans in the neighborhood could sign on, and if there is a problem, they could show up and say, "What's the problem? Let's fix it right here, right now, face to face." We don't go.
Yeah. What was this you were telling me back in the day, Monarch, about in the towns when CPS would come in, they would like chase them off with their guns or something? Were you telling me the story about that? How they dealt with CPS when it was when they first started all of it?
Well, I mean, you got to imagine, it's like, it wasn't overnight, but there was a day when people would get, lynched and hung if they came and tried to even interfere in your family in any way, shape, or form.
It needs to go back to that.
Yeah, you get shot.
Yeah, and then right, and then the next day, it wasn't overnight, but the next day, there's a stranger at your door saying, "I have some kind of authority that's higher than yours by the creator of those children. I have a higher authority to take them away from you, based on something I just made up."
Yeah,
that don't make sense. That makes no sense. We got tricked. We got
tricked, all right. We got tricked for generations, and the seniors that are in the homes right now are the ones that weren't paying attention while it was happening because they were doing football and parties and shit.
Yeah, and now they're paying for it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I like to say our society was bred into compliance. It's like, like the famous quote, "Freedom is only one generation away from extinction."
Away from what?
And that's away from extinction. Now that's not
right, because it only takes one generation for you to forget who you are. Like it only takes one generation to change everything that generation knew.
Exactly. I mean, look at things now. I mean, the way kids are now compared to when we were kids running around outside, actually running, not
drinking through a hose.
Exactly. And now kids are all too happy and eager to correct you on your speech because you must not know what a gender is, and and that's all it took was like less than a generation to go from, "Oh yes sir, yes ma'am," to "Oh, excuse me, did you assume my pronouns? I'm going to report you and go have a happier life somewhere else." Well, I guarantee you that didn't turn out well one time.
And I'll cut my parts off to prove it.
No, yeah, don't, yeah. Well, and that way of thinking is like thinking that they have more rights than you and I. Because
and
because they're profiting off of it. The fact that you were saying,
and that kind of reminds me.
Go ahead.
Oh, what's that? Oh, I was going to say that reminds me earlier, and you were supposed to remind me about women and genders.
Yeah.
On my own.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we're all familiar with who is it? Riley Gaines or whoever, the swimmer at LSU, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, on a ripple effect of that happening is some of the actual women teammates on that swim team weren't too comfortable about the whole thing, and at least one of them, along with some others, are getting together and moving to put pressure for legislative action to protect and define in their statutes what a woman's space is, basically. That a woman is this and shouldn't have to deal with men in this space, yada yada yada. Now, how do you think I feel about that?
Probably the same way I feel about that. one, we don't need to define what a woman is. We already know what a woman is.
Absolutely. I'm glad to hear that, Ange.
Yeah, we already know. We don't need to define that. It is what it is.
In South America, a man went into the ladies' restroom and the ladies came out dragging him by his hair and kicking him and beating him up.
Well, and that's exactly it. That's law written on your heart. You don't need a legislator to put it in a code for you.
That was instant justice.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's exactly right, Ange. Is the courts have no jurisdiction over man or woman, and they're
they're gonna define it, and then they're gonna try to get it, huh?
Exactly.
Why? Because that's ignorant.
Because as soon as there's some kind of grievance or action either against you or from you to a court, all of a sudden, whatever's in their best benefit to define a woman is no longer going to be your benefit. It's going to be to your detriment.
Yeah. No. And then where does that leave anybody?
Exactly. They would then have jurisdiction over everybody.
Yeah. Oh.
If we buy into it. But what you were saying, from being in the military, for locals to connect and have each other's phone numbers and know where each other and where the children are living and where the power man is going to bring his gun if any trouble happens in the neighborhood, and then look up with the disassociated veterans who have no more job. I heard that there's a book written, and I watched the guy have an interview who wrote it, called Tribe. And he said that the veterans back here who are all depressed and stuff, it's not because they come home and people don't like them. And it's not because they were over there killing people. It's because when they were down in those trenches from boot camp on, they relied on each other for their lives. And when they left that trench, that loyalty was gone. That's what's depressing, when you have that much bonding with people and all of a sudden you don't have any bonding. That's depressing. So if the veterans knew they had a job is to protect the children, they're scattered around the whole country. There's one in every neighborhood. So maybe this app where we get everybody in the county, there's 3,147 counties. And if they would meet together on an app and say, we are the safety committee. And if you have a problem, call us and we will send somebody from that neighborhood, just like they do cutting trees or picking up old cars and stuff.
Really, because it's us, the people that run these government programs. So if, we just stop we could shut the government down, really easy peasy. I
don't know why they're still getting money.
I'll tell you this, as far as the veterans thing goes, if you know any veterans that you could pursue easily and comfortably, the loyalty never goes away. And there's a few things about veterans is every veteran not only feels a desire, but an obligation to protect still and to teach whatever it is he knows.
Right.
So if you were to pursue a veteran or even go to the local USO, I'm not USO, VFW, I'm sure you probably got one.
Yeah.
Somewhere, and go in there and say, look, I'm just a mother of this community, and many of us are concerned about the safety. Yeah, we're concerned about the safety and security of our offspring. We are being attacked, and most people don't know it. We're coming here to you for your protection and guidance, and to see if you would be interested in, Operation Safety Nest, something like that.
Yeah.
And then you just have them, they'll already know how to do this once you tell them. But you just tell them, look, we're trying to organize a fire watch for the kids. And that's basically a rotating duty where, maybe this week you're scheduled, depending on the size of the community, you could say you and this guy and this guy and this guy are scheduled for, Monday and Thursday, something like that. And
just to be on call would be all right. Yeah.
Yep, there's going to be a recall roster. So as soon as some dude in a costume comes knocking on your door or approaching your property, whether it's about kids or not, you call maybe one number that gets directed to whoever's on call, and you say, look, hey, I got invaders at the door, and they'll show up.
Right. And then we start charging them for being at our doors. We start billing them.
I mean,
oh, you stepped on my property. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to charge you for that.
yeah. And just the presence of protection, you know, is enough to make such a significant difference, because even with a witness, that doesn't have to be a veteran, doesn't have to be an armed person, but even with a couple witnesses, they are then compelled to follow law. And I'll tell you this, at least in my experience, which is quite vast in this area, I've been in cuffs and behind bars more times than I can remember.
What?
I've been handcuffed. Locked up more times than I can remember, and I have never in my life seen a warrant. I've demanded it many times. I've required it every time. I've even been promised it twice.
I didn't see a warrant when they came and took me. Not until I got to the jail. And they called up for it, and I watched them call up and bring it down, and then, you know, they had the judge write an actual warrant once they had me.
Yeah, and see, and like I said earlier, with family courts, when it's dealing with your offspring, knowing that they're under your care, custody, and control, that is your offspring. They, and it's as administrative as it gets, so they pretty much rely on deception and stealth, covertness. So when cops show up to your house to associate with your family, they're never going to have a warrant.
No. And
you know?
They have to have a warrant. Like, CPS has to have a warrant to come in your house. Like, they just can't come in.
Right, but see, like I said, they rely on that deception, and that's where it really is.
They rely on people not knowing that.
Internally, they call it an allegation.
Yeah, because there's no accuser. There can't be, because there's no harmed party.
Yeah. Right. So where's the accuser? So how are they getting the warrant? How's any of that happening?
They're not, or they're getting a blank court order, and a court order is not a warrant.
Well, I fought the cop when he came to my door, and it turned out her dad had emailed him the paperwork.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
How fraudulent it was.
I got evicted off a property from somebody that's not even in the state. You know, so it's like, and I looked it up through my county sheriff's website just to see what kind of, you know, fuckery they were up to. And it's a two document form that you fill out and mail in or submit even electronically, I think. One is, I want people evicted off this property. It doesn't require any proof or deed holding that you are the owner of that property. It just, you fill out a form, say, I want this person off some property. And the second form is
anybody.
Yeah, the second form is a risk assessment. How dangerous is that person? What kind of resistance am I looking at? You know?
That's
so
weird.
I mean, like, you could literally go online and just say, you could write down a random address driving by and say, yeah, there's this guy Bill that's on my property at this address. He's got guns and he's real scary. You should go kick him off my property.
Of it all, you could just do that.
Yep, and they just show up to some dude's house and tell him, you got to get out of here. And you'd be like, what? You know, it's that touchy.
Yeah, that's
and but yeah, what it really comes down to is being associated enough with your community. You know,
right?
Yes. Wow. So these assemblies are forming in local communities. No, there's the assemblies are forming in the states. And why don't they have a grand jury forming yet is because they were afraid and because they want to have enough people in each county to do it for themselves. Instead of knowing what we know now, those of us who have been on those assembly calls, is that if you're in California and I'm in Vermont, I can still see, feel, and know what pain you're suffering, especially if I've been through it too. And the public servants are not allowed to hurt people no matter where you are. So that executive order is pretty valuable, but giving them notice, allowing them time to answer, and then putting them in default is what we figured we had to do before we could freeze their accounts, because the Colorado 8 are still in prison for freezing their public servants. But they didn't go public. They did it all private.
They did it just the 8 of them privately.
Yeah. They didn't go public or anything, or give them notice even. Those guys, they could have given them notice and made it public pretty easily, but they were older men, and they were fed up with the public servants and didn't know about the notice of liability back then. That notice of liability tells them you're liable for this because you're not in good behavior to the Constitution. If you're doing corporate work for profit, you've got a problem if you hurt people. So now we know it and make it public so that we don't have to go to jail for correcting our public servants.
Yeah, well, back to the community connection, and whether it's with veterans or just concerned people, I think that's probably the most eminently effective way to go. Just in the sense that we oftentimes believe judicial officers are violating their rules that they wrote for their court and their record, right?
Right.
It's like if you came to me and said, "Hey, I heard you were wearing shoes in your house and you have a policy not to wear shoes," I'll probably laugh at you.
Right.
But you know what I mean? But if you had people watching out and said, "Hey, look, you're an officer of the court and you have a duty to the public to uphold law, and the law says that you can't wear shoes, and I see you putting shoes on to wear in your house," and we can get to the more preventative side than the remedy side, I guess. If you can have a few dudes showing up and saying, "What's the problem here? I heard there was some strange guy in a costume trying to steal kids over here. What are you up to?"
To confirm that, there was an old guy who was ill, and his wife was old and taking care of her, and they were coming to take him away into the hospice forcibly, and they both wanted him to stay home. So Allie in Ohio, she's in their neighborhood, and they had 16 people come into the house while this attorney and GAL and the police came in, and because there were 16 people there, they left the guy there.
Yeah.
Exactly to the point. Yeah.
And that's really the thing is, like a cop or a police officer on the street, that's the executive arm to execute orders from the judicial branch, yada, yada, yada. But they are not only unaware of law, they're not expected. In fact, they're encouraged not to know the law, because they are not meant to interpret the law, or else they'd be like Judge Dredd out there saying, "Hey, I think you just broke this law that I determined to be, this." So their job is to get an order from a court, and then they take that and they serve a warrant on a person in order to subpoena them, summon them, take them away, kidnap them, whatever the case. They're just supposed to be pawns moved to do a job. But so when you take that into account, especially, a cop has no obligation to do anything if he feels he's outnumbered or outgunned in any given situation. If he sees a number of people there, and I'm not saying you got to be armed, you got to be muscle. I'm just saying if you're there to witness and resist, that's enough to deter a cop that has no warrant, probably never even seen a warrant, is showing up to a house to do something that's absolutely unlawful. Right. They're relying on intimidation.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, they do that. Of course.
So in essence, we'd be a silent posse comitatus, wouldn't we?
Pretty much. Just imagine if you put on a costume and you were a fake cop and you tried to go to a random stranger's house and take their kids. That would be terrifying.
Yeah.
But now imagine you don't get paid for this shit. You have no obligation to get yourself in any kind of harm's way to do this shit. And you don't actually have a permission slip for anybody of any kind of authority. And then all of a sudden there's a bunch of people watching, making noise, saying, "Hey, what's going on here? What's your name?" And they're recording you now these days.
Yep.
You're not sticking around. You're going to leave. And you're going to go start to do shit the right way. And you're never going to get a lawful warrant.
That's right. Yeah.
And it really kind of is a ripple effect, because when all of a sudden every cop runs into this situation, this week it's Jonesy, next week Smith and Schmitty go to another house, same shit happen. All of a sudden you got a whole department or a whole division or district that they're not going to go to some house to try to take somebody's kids because they don't have a warrant. This is crazy.
This video that I just put together, these judges knew they were being recorded, and I mean the way blatant some of the shit coming off the bench, like just moving the court, practicing law from the bench, stealing, all the money, the house. Like, I mean, it was just, I don't know, maybe I just can see it, but to me, it's just blatant. Like, it was.
Sit down and shut up. This is my courtroom for now until forever.
I'm trying to keep you, what does he say? I'm trying to keep you safe from yourself, he said. But he's yelling at him. I'm keeping you safe from yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, they're always out for your best interest, right?
That's what the judge said. He said, I swear to God, I'm
the government.
protecting you from yourself.
Yeah, it's almost so sad that you would think it's scripted, but really it's not. Like I said, we're bred into compliance, and that goes for both sides. It goes, people are raised to believe, hey, someday you're going to grow up, I'm going to put you in the right school, you can wear a black dress for a living, and you're going to be better than everybody else. They have to listen to you. If not, tell them to obey, and they better.
Right.
So they're bred into the same thing, except they believe they're on the other side of the table.
They're actually the ones that think they're a sovereign citizen. Like, if there was such a thing, if there was such a thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, imagine like if you got a job where you had a lifetime employment or position, and you could never be fired. You're never going to be stopped by the cops.
You're only just practicing at. You don't have to be, a professional or a pro at it.
You're immune if you damage somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I mean, it's like imagine if you couldn't get fired, you couldn't lose your stability or income, you could make your own hours. Nobody in society could fuck with you. You could never get pulled over. You could never get harassed. If somebody talks to you for too long, that's a federal crime of harassment and threats on a judge. Now imagine keeping yourself in check.
That's a cool way to talk about it.
I mean, it's
because I was actually in a position similar to that once in my life. Back in my days of the military, I was in a position where I worked for special programs. We didn't exist. We were pretty much untouchable. And I was real young too. So it got tough keeping myself in the straight and narrow as far as like
keeping your ego checked.
Yeah, exactly. It was an ego thing, not really a like actionable thing. I wasn't out doing crazy shit, but I had what I call like the power of the shield, not so much the sword. Like I couldn't just go kill somebody and then smile about it, but nobody could come at me, So
right.
It was kind of like similar to what I was just describing with the judges. Is like when you're untouchable, it's kind of hard to make sure you're that disciplined all the time.
Right.
But so it's like. But I guarantee you, if enough, of the right people got together, I would be touchable at that time.
Just like they are.
Yep, that's it, exactly.
Because I mean, you just look at the chain. Like, Creator made us, we made government, we made judges. Like, they're under us. Like, that position is under who we are as men and women. Like, only person above us is our Creator. And people don't think about that.
Yep. I mean, and that's the thing. Like I said, the grassroots, I believe, is probably where it really needs to start. You can't expect them up at the top to be, in honor and care.
Well, we've been trying to bring it. We've been trying to expose. I've been exposing, for like the last year. I've been trying to expose shit.
Yeah. As far as like starting the kickoff of any kind of grassroots, especially if you're in a small town or something, I am. Is I say initiate that change and do it in a good faith gesture of some kind. Go do a favor for somebody, or go bring somebody information, introduce yourself and say, hey, look, I'm over here. I live right there. You see that?
Throw a party.
Well, I'm getting ready to do with the my town, like the little town I live in, like they're getting ready to have a parade. So we're getting I'm trying to get people together to do an awareness in this parade. Maybe bring some signs, flyers, cards, something, and just let them, start letting the neighbors know what's going on in our court system. I mean, I used to have a sign out in my front yard after they took my daughter for a long time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? Build a float for the parade, get candy, and put on each piece of candy a little card that says, your mommy and daddy are your only your only protection.
Yeah.
You know, no man in a costume has jurisdiction over you. You know,
right. You know,
fight the system.
This one cop asked this girl, like, why are you afraid? It's a police officer. And I'm like, no, it's a stranger with a gun at my door. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I should be scared of the stranger with a gun at my door, wanting to forcefully come in my door and be very mean, you know, because cops, I don't know, they just don't have any like bedside manner, if you would, anymore. You know, like they don't have respect for the people. Not many of them. Anyway.
They were bred into the same mentality as the rest of us, and they just saw that the only way they could, you know,
make money
through life is to.
Well, because it takes certain kind of personality and personality types to do certain kind of jobs. So that's the kind of person, the personality type that, you know, become cops, those kind of, you know, so those are the kind of people you're going to run into. Just like certain kind of people become dog sitters or whatever, you know, like they're usually more kind and gentle or what, you know, they're not like these cops. Like it's just in the matter of who they are. And you know, birds of a feather flock together, you know, you're going to find that. So when people say there's still good people out there in the government and in the police stations, I don't agree with that at all.
The system they'd get blackballed if they were trying to fix it. And the system is too many policies that are making money from the people.
But if there was that many good people in these systems and they were going to get blackballed, wouldn't they like blackball half their system? Like, so that wouldn't work. So really a man that says nothing and does nothing when they see wrong is just as guilty, in my opinion.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
These people could have spoke up. They could have took that. They could have put that out there. They could have done that for the better of people, but they chose not. They choose not to, which is sad because we start ending up in positions like we are now, when somebody just doesn't want to do the better good for all of people.
In fact, I kind of rebuke that quote. You know, the only thing for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. I kind of rebuke that because no good man does nothing.
Right.
You
know?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So how can there still be good people in these systems when you can't tell me that people don't know what's going on by this point. Like I'm over the fact that people don't know. People know. They don't want to know. They don't want to look at it. They don't want to think about it.
So
they don't.
Catherine Hyde was in that system for 38 years, and it took her until 4 years ago to realize that they're not doing law, they're doing legal. And then they blackballed her out of the country.
Yeah, and that's what happens. They become masters of the craft.
That's because we're allowing it to happen like that. That comes back onto the people, in my opinion. That comes back on us for letting them do that to her. If we're supposed to protect our brothers and sisters, then we need to protect them.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is, like, they become masters at that craft. See, before it was, and I would say the same, you know, is like the system, meaning government in its entirety. Mostly, there are plenty of good people in there, but they compartmentalize it to where you don't even know what machine you're a part of. You know, you just know, pull this stick and, you know, flip that lever and your job is done.
Well,
you don't realize that's turning on the gas, that's turning on a furnace, that's, you know, burning kids, and you don't realize you're part of all that.
They've taken our critical thinking away.
Yeah,
like
it is.
A critical thinker would be sitting there turning a switch going, what is this switch to? I'm going to have to find out because I want to know what I'm flipping the switch to, you know, but people, they took that critical thinking or just, you know, wanting to, they took that from us.
And that's where we've been bred into compliance. You know, we didn't have parents that taught us to question authority and to challenge perceived authority. I mean, they do. Yeah.
Obviously.
And see, I was raised in a different yet what pisses me off sort of environment. And that was more like, look, the system is bad and evil, but don't get caught, you know, instead of saying, you're not actually doing wrong. So we need to be together and to challenge that because it's not a legitimate system.
Thank you. Yes,
you know?
Exactly.
Like, don't tell your kids, hey, the cops, if you see the cops, you should run and hide because they're in charge and you don't want to get caught. You should teach them that the cop is not in charge. But don't get shot. Don't teach your kids to get shot, obviously.
And you shouldn't teach them that they're there to protect you, because that's really not their job to keep you safe.
Yeah. In fact, they denounced that whole motto years ago. They were never around to protect and serve. That was a bad rumor from Hollywood, you know.
Yeah.
That was some crap from the 80s and 90s to put in movies.
Yeah, they got that all confused, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely have an agenda, and they're working under a trust that none of us are even aware of, most of us.
Well, aren't they from the UN or something?
No, but they're operating under a trust that's established, and it's not the trust of the people.
Yeah, that's got something to do with the UN and stuff, don't it? I'm not exactly
well.
Like Kathleen mentioned a little bit of some stuff to me, and then I heard something the other day on a video, but I don't know. I don't have any, facts. No firsthand knowledge.
Well, I can tell you this, just generally speaking, every form of evil has a root that eventually ties into the UN. So, so at some level, that's probably completely true.
Yeah.
I just couldn't walk you down that line completely.
When 9/11 happened, it was the only time in history that the 5th article of the Constitution was ever evoked as about amendments. And they evoked it because it was an international problem, and now the UN requires to be internationally involved in America. So when you see State Highway Patrol shooting somebody on the side of the road relentlessly, those are not your neighborhood grandson doing that. Those are people from out of the area who are paid assassins who don't care about the people. Our local people can't do that and get away with it because of public opinion. The families will blackball them.
Yeah, so you don't murder in your own backyard. You know?
Right. So those cops are like not even real.
Yeah, they're in our uniforms, but they're not really with the authority of the Constitution. They're not really working for us. They're working for and Soros down here in Nevada. The Washoe Patriots, Nicholas and friends tracked it down to find that Soros is paying the manager of the county kickbacks and bonuses and such.
Oh yeah, he paid for the whole Ferguson thing here in St. Louis. There was hate actors and all kinds of shit that came in our town and destroyed it.
That's where they burnt that, didn't they?
Yeah, that was down not too far from my house.
Oh, wow.
15 minutes away.
Wow.
Yeah, but they did that, and then they started putting contracts out to build a smart city afterwards. Because I had a connection with a construction company with my cleaning business, and they were putting out bids for smart cleaning, like smart city cleaning for Ferguson for contractors.
Yeah, well,
come in and bid.
You know what his whole movement is, right? His agenda, not the 2021, or 2030, but Soros specifically.
Yeah, I don't know his specific one. No.
His major foundation is, I believe it's called the Global Society. And he believes that everybody on Earth at some point should be, and he's moving towards, no secrets, no privacy, everything is in the open, and then there can be no bad things. If everybody is being watched all the time, you can't do something wrong.
No, that don't work that way. We have free will.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that.
It don't work that
Soros.
Yeah.
I already believe that we've been under like one world government. Like it's always been that way. They just lie to us.
Yeah.
I think they're all in bed together. They all collude. They run their things the way they want. Maybe somebody gets mad. They start a little war. They get a little tiff. Stomp their feet around. It's no big deal to them. And then they're just like
what military? What military were you?
I'm just saying, like all government. Like I feel like we've been under like one world government the whole time. We just didn't realize it. That's what I think.
Well, as me and JC like to say, there's a conspiracy of interest. It's like the guy that makes bullets doesn't have to know or like or agree with the guy that makes guns. Right. They just both know that his existence benefits my existence.
Exactly.
That's what the definition of a cabal is.
Exactly. And that's what I think the whole all world governments have been in this cabal together then, if you want to say it like that. That's what I think.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. It's been going on longer than we can even,
I mean, and they've gotten their tentacles in every little crook and nanny in our lives in every way possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And the biggest way I
Except
think they've been
heart.
doing that, I think the biggest way they've been doing that in at least more modern society, especially, is by offering a benefit in which they don't possess. You know,
Yep.
they tell you, hey, look, you're poor. We'll give you money. You know,
Womb to
well, the
tomb
government,
benefits.
yeah, the government doesn't create anything. So it can't give you money. It doesn't
Right.
create. It has to take it from somewhere else.
Exactly. But it's
You know,
bigger than, it's deeper than that. Like, they've got our cities designed and set up to put us into these rituals and take our energy and stuff that we're unknowingly doing just by this like setup. Like I was saying before, St. Louis is a big vagina, and I didn't know this, but there's the canal goes right into, opens up, the birth canal opens up to our old courthouse where the Dred Scott case was held. Why would the birth canal, the big vagina, goes right into the courthouse? Like, the whole layout of the arch, the riverfront is like that. And you can see it when you know, somebody, I had to have it pointed out to me, but somebody saw it on their own. I didn't see it on my own, but I seen it. Like, you can't deny it once you see it. Like, it's there. And it's like in a lot of cities. And then they put these labyrinths in these cities, you know, to take your energy. That's all to suck energy.
Yep, it's all Masonic, where they even the Pope wears a dress because the hermaphrodite is what the Baphomet is,
Yeah.
and they wear a dress because they are male and female, and they don't have the womb of creation, so they have to control.
Yeah, like these videos I've come across where they're the lay of the land and astrology and stuff. Like, I don't know, it's crazy some of the things I've been learning and seeing from these things, just from the way our cities are laid out and how they had, like, one part of this one town was like a brain. It looked like the shape of a brain, and then each section of the brain had just certain things in it, like all sports, all medical. And I know it played to that section of the brain, whatever was in those sections. It played off that energy to what part of that, what part of the brain would think about, if that, it was your fun side, or, you know what I mean? Because they break the brain into four space, sections.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of sections, I mean, think of in every town or city, no matter how big or small, there's always certain sections, right? And one of those sections is the hood, right? The barrio, the ghetto,
yeah,
the lower class poverty, right?
That's
and what neighborhood do the police never go to?
Those.
Exactly, because they have no benefit to gain from going there, for one, and two, they're self-governing. They're not allowed in there because they, in one way or another, they do have a community. You know, the hood gets a bad rep, but guess what? Everybody knows everybody. Yeah, everybody knows everybody because they can't leave the hood because they're trapped there through poverty. You know, they can't afford to go anywhere else, so they're stuck with each other.
Well, if they do that to people, and then, like, just think about how many people have never left their town. Just think about what all they can do and lie to people. And, how is anybody ever going to know if, like, they have control of everything? That's,
and that's why they control the forms of communication and association. You know, they have to.
Just like, how many people realized that the whole Maui thing was the child trafficking? There was child trafficking going on during that. How many people, like, actually stepped back and thought about it and actually realized that they were trapped? Those kids that they sent home from school, they didn't burn up in no fire. Those babies did not go home to burn in their houses. No, they took those babies.
Well, it's an easy way to write off a really quick death certificate for a whole lot of people.
And get a whole lot of money. And that's why they weren't letting people out, because they couldn't let them see all the kids they were taking from their towns. Why they destroyed them. That's what I see when I look at the Maui situation. Yeah. And it's the heart chakra of the earth. So they just lasered our heart. They just.
Yeah. I mean, they really, they make big moves, you know. It's like you mentioned earlier, the Amber Alert, you know, and I'm sure you know the whole history of the Amber Alert. And,
those are trafficked children.
And it's like, and 88% of Amber Alerts are one parent or the other with their kid. You know, likely a divorce situation. One parent didn't bring the kid back in time, or they had a big blowout, and one parent was like, "Look, you're not gonna have to spray around the kid. I'm out of here. Let's go, kid." Now that
Those
dude's in
Amber
jail,
Alerts are child trafficking alerts. Those kids that get in those Amber Alerts, they're trafficking them because, like you said, it probably is one parent against the other, and they're just going to take the kid.
Well, they put. I mean, that's if you think about it, an Amber Alert. Literally, what it is the state intervening between a man and woman and their
affairs
contract
and taking their kid.
Yeah, it's like the state's going, hey, one parent has a kid instead of the other parent or both parents. I'm going to go take the kid and sell them off, you know?
Except for when my kid gets taken like that, they didn't mind because it was by a judge. And that's why I say it don't matter who's trafficking kids. It's illegal. It don't matter. It don't matter if it's a judge.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, it's unlawful. It's unlawful for sure.
Right.
And you know, they didn't give your kid back because you went in there blowing up their spot. You went in there talking about umbrellas.
Yeah. And, hey, I was told by some girl with the guy that actually set up that Zoom call, that lawyer told her I was bruising egos.
Yeah, you're hurting feelings, man. You go in there talking about their umbrellas, and they go, "How do you know about the umbrellas?"
Stay away from her.
They're like, I thought we could talk about the umbrellas. I didn't know she could talk about them. That's not good.
Yeah, I know the GL probably was just like, what the hell?
Yep. I mean,
when I was being questioned in court, Kathleen, the GAL asked me a question about my daughter's testimony being online and if I thought that was healthy or good for her. And I said, well, I don't know. That umbrella's so big.
Yeah. They love to quote their umbrella.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't know, man.
The welfare of the child.
Did she fit under that umbrella? Did I make it in there or did I not?
Yeah, they like to say the best interest of the child is under a broad umbrella, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, and they use that just so they can do whatever they want. They make it so broad.
And that's how they do it through the indoctrination and deception is they manipulate the language. You know, they don't say this is how or that child is not being raised the way we want him to be manipulated. They say, oh, that child's being abused.
Exactly.
Because their best interests aren't being met, you know?
Well, I got to thinking about it, and I think the national debt is not even debt. I think it's what they're making off of us. That's the profit for us being debt slaves. I don't know, just a thought.
Yeah.
Just think about it. If they're trading us like we say they are, if that shit's really going on, how's their debt, dude? There's no minus sign in there. It's plus sign. That's profit.
It's a surplus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the money they're making off of us. That's what they're doing. Debt.
Well, and you know, that kind of says a lot too when you talk about border security. When you think about certain politicians are so open about, hey, we need to just have no fences and stop doing this and that. Let them just run by this and that. Well, sure, if you got paid for every head of cattle, you would really not care much if there was a fence down and a bunch of cattle running across that line onto your property. You'd be pretty thrilled about it too, right?
Well, I've gotten border trash in my yard. You know how all they had to do is send an email with a selfie, just take a selfie of them and get this email back and then take that email with that selfie to the border and come across. Well, I found that paperwork. I found some guy's paperwork in my yard.
Yeah, you were telling me that.
Just send a selfie. You know, you just gotta send a selfie and then have this email when you get to the border, and then you can just come right in and have a job set up and waiting for you and all kinds of crap. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and once you get here, it's like, oh, don't worry about that anymore because you don't even need a picture ID to get health care, to get a voting privilege, to get, whatever you want.
Well, what have they done? 2 million kids have come over the border and they've don't even know where they are.
Yeah, or did they?
Well, they had sponsors, whatever a sponsor is, a sponsor. Maybe we should black law that dictionary, that word up and see what sponsor really means. I wonder.
Yeah, well, think about that too.
They tell on themselves.
that's like a social worker assigned to a kid that's not even here yet. So if a kid shows up, this random designated person gets called to come intervene.
That's crazy.
You know, it's like those are your assigned, kids once they arrive. Your
Sick.
package hasn't gotten here yet, but when it does, we'll call you.
It's sick. That's sick. Just like that child trafficking movie Mel Gibson just put out. Why? That was just made by child traffickers. Those are
and I haven't watched that video yet that you put in that one chat about it, but
you should, because it would totally, once you see that and you put the connect, and then you're just like, no, don't promote that movie. Don't, you see what they're doing, because they have to tell you what they're doing.
Well, and like you said, they need your acceptance and consent.
Mm-hmm. Like Podosi was a part of, connected to that movie, like all kinds of people. And we know all of them are child trafficking, blood-eating fools.
Yeah, well, and like I said, I think you alluded to it earlier. If my kids are in the care and custody and control of anybody other than myself or my wife, then they're being trafficked.
Exactly.
If I'm not moving them and someone else is, without my express consent and permission, then they're being
trafficked. You know how taboo it was when I started yelling, this is child trafficking? Because people really weren't saying it too much a couple years back. I mean, it was taboo to say it, but it is. It's child trafficking.
Yeah, and like again with the grass movements, big reason for that evolution is, with more and more access to each other through the internet and whatever case, and the state is beautiful. Having less and less control. They can't control everybody's speech yet, but any private conversation or exchange of ideas that's not their ideas, is a threat to their ideas. So, they can't have people asking questions or wondering,
Right.
They have to form the narrative of the answer before you even ask the question.
Exactly. You want to check this video out with us? There's some really just mind-blowing shit in this.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Okay, I'm gonna play this. And you know what? And there's so much footage and so much. This is not even a dent into this case. Like what I put together here isn't even. This is nothing really. They have on YouTube. They actually have. I counted them. 42 hearings up on YouTube that they've recorded. That the state recorded.
Man.
Yeah, 42.
Oh yeah, the state. Like my favorite saying that I like to put out there is the state always builds the strongest case against itself.
Well, if you can't get something handled in 42 hearings, there's a problem.
Oh yeah.
What's the emergency? 9523. What is the emergency, please? We have a kidnapping. His son has come in and stolen his mom.
That sounds so okay. So is his mother does she have dementia or Alzheimer's?
Yes, he does. But the son there's an order that he has to stay away from her.
How long ago did this happen?
10 minutes ago.
On June 14th, 2019, dear Steve Moss, it appears
Facts, Part 267, 2001. Ashton Kutcher had a girlfriend who was murdered by a serial killer after being stabbed 35 times in her own home. Kutcher would end up testifying in the trial of the Hollywood Ripper, who would later confess to murdering at least 10 women over a 15-year span. Author of Frankenstein, Mary Shelley, lost her virginity on top of her mother's grave. She also kept her dead husband's heart and carried it around for 30 years until her own death. According to the FBI, if you're murdered in the United States, there's only about a 40% chance that your killer will be found and punished. 2009, a Russian man went to the doctor suspecting that there was something wrong with his lungs. Initially, doctors thought they were dealing with a tumor, but it ended up being something they'd never seen before. Turned out that years ago, the man accidentally inhaled the seed of a fir tree and it started growing inside of him. Morbid Facts, Part.
How is it possible for ETs to travel hundreds of light years to Earth? Why do so many reports of ET beings say they look similar to us? If they are here, why don't they land over